Hey guys, it is Zimzilla back again, once again, and today, people, today it is finally time for the Gamera pitch stream. I know a bunch of people were interested in joining up for this. I know not everyone, unfortunately, can be here today, so I'll be showing off a few things that some people put in for the stream. And as always, if you guys are interested in joining these kinds of streams, there is going to be a Discord link in the description. That's just primarily so that the fans of the channel can always come on. But in other cases, if you're being talked about in a video, you're always free to come on whenever. So I'll post that right there. We've already got people in the chat too as well. Minecraft World, hello, hello. Antonio, how's it going? Joe Smo, how's it going? And Nico Stud 916 on this instead of 67. That's unfortunate. Gamera Day it is. Cowabunga it is, Laylaps08. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'll be on a bit just taking care of something. Of course. In Test Inspector. How's it going? How's it going? But we've already got someone here in the back. Might as well let them introduce themselves. It is the world of the Minecraft. How's it going?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between.
Filthy Clanker.
Hi.
The
greetings
clankless
live
clank.
from Mexico. I am spending Thanksgiving break in Mexico with my family.
Esto es el Mexico.
Huh.
Wait, does that make you a taco clanker now?
No, I've been an empanada clanker because my mom is half Colombian. So
no, that just makes you a cocaine clanker.
Drugs are consistent across Latin America.
It's already been 2 minutes, and I probably just absolutely tanked the stream's viewability.
My apologies.
Nope, I did that one to myself. I literally did do that one to myself right there. But how is it down in Mexico?
It's pretty breezy at the moment, but really nice.
That's good.
Yeah, I have a really good view of the ocean. So,
are you guys staying at like a resort, or is it like family?
Yeah, we're staying at a resort, one that we've been staying at. It's a family tradition of ours to meet up in Mexico.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun. Yeah, I also just got a haircut, so.
So now you look less like Stanley Kubrick?
I mean, I shaved, so. Yeah, probably. Instead, apparently, I look more like Leonardo DiCaprio, which I will take that compliment.
Yeah, of course I'll take that compliment.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's been fun. And obviously in prep for the Gamera pitch. So,
yeah, no, definitely.
Which I'm very excited about. 1 sec. I am going to switch to my computer real quick.
Yeah, of course. As well as it gives me more time to showcase off the wonderful Gamera DLC, which I think, like, I didn't even realize, like, honestly, the Gamera Day had been a thing, and I was like, oh, that makes sense now why they decided to do it now. Yeah, it's like I just realized now he's green and got the plan. He looks like Venusaur. I think this is like my first time really actually using his super right there, and I'm not even sure if I was or was not actually controlling where I was moving. It just kind of felt a little random. It's the sea monster. The one and the only. I didn't have time to make a pitch, but I'll say if I could make a Gamera movie, it'd be like a Transformers Fall of Cybertron style story about Atlantis and Gamera failing to save his people. Peak story premise. Yeah, it'll be a pretty peak story premise. Sub Convoy, how's it going? And we are steadily growing in people. But yeah, once again, guys, if there's anyone in the back or on the Discord who's interested in joining, the link is right there and open. And Hoshi's in here as well. Hello, Hoshi.
Hello, Zimzilla. How are you doing?
I am doing really good, thank you. How are you?
It's nothing much. Hey, by the way, Zim, I forgot to tell you this, but have you seen the couple of arts I sent on Art General where it was on Saturday where me and my sister were going to an art and coffee festival? Have you
Yeah, I
seen it?
saw it.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on it?
No, it's pretty good.
Yeah, that looks beautiful. Oh god.
Up, Blizzard King's looking to get in. Should be in general chat, my good
It's
sir.
in the Discord.
Yeah. I can add, what's it call it? I'll tag you as well, so you'll have easier access to it. Because I know Lizard's the old man of the group, so we got to help the geriatrics find their way around.
Really? Because I always thought that Sea Monster was the oldest one.
Nope, C is not the oldest one. Speaking of semen. What? That's a perfectly true term. You know, he's a man of the sea.
It is. It's hilarious.
He's a Navy man.
What up?
But I'm thinking probably once Lizard gets in here, we can start, and we'll probably have Lizard go, then Hoshi and C. Did you have a pitch set? Because I don't see you posted anything.
I probably have like maybe the bare bones because I had kind of been thinking about it, but I don't even have notes for it, so it's just it's literally just me off the cuff.
Okay, yeah. Fair enough.
I know Kuru's going to be coming much later because of currently he's in class, and Nico also stated he's going to be joining.
Yeah, no, I remember Nico had mentioned that. So we got two people
Sam,
in the back.
I forgot to tell you this, but have you seen something I sent you on screen submissions?
Yeah,
back again.
I heard that old slur.
Yeah, how's it going, you geriatric boy?
You know what, geriatric, my left ass cheek. Okay.
Live stream last Friday was just so crazy with that Corey guy when he called the Polygon a freaking Moses story of all things.
I still have not seen that.
It was the biggest
laugh. The yet.
It was the biggest laugh of my life. Even though I saw the video before, I just couldn't help but laugh. It was just so ridiculous.
This is the Moses story.
That was like speaking of the Polygon movie. Speaking of the Polygon movies, y'all watch Big Action Bill's newest video?
I was going to, but then I had work to do, so I haven't watched it yet.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought he was going to cover the entire trilogy, but not just one entry.
I think he's going through each movie individually.
Yeah, probably.
I thought based off the ending of his Shin Godzilla video that he was going to say, "I'm gonna do the entire that he was going to do the entire trilogy in one go," but apparently not.
Yeah, maybe plans have changed, possibly.
Yeah.
Is he like doing it like he's doing like one video like per movie? You know, where they each get like a breakdown. Oh,
I'm curious. My curiosity is if he's going to cover Singular Point, and if he's going to extend that coverage to the '98 show and the Hanna-Barbera show.
Maybe we'll see. But let's get on to the topic of this video.
If he...
You could say one thing, 05, before we begin.
All right. If he skipped Hanna-Barbera show and the 1998 series, I don't think he's gonna cover Singular Point.
Maybe we'll see.
Maybe I think Singular Point is up in the air. If he does, I'm hoping he goes back and covers them. Anyways, the other big G,
the Gam.
The turtle.
There we go. All right. So what we'll do is that as people do their pitches.
Oh wait, Zim. I also have the shout out that I wanted to do as well.
Do you want to do it now before we start, or right before your pitch?
I think before we start, just to get it out of the way.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You put in the submit. Yes, you did. Okay.
Yeah, I put it in the submissions or spoiler materium or whichever one.
No, it wasn't spoiler materium. I got it right here.
Okay, cool.
Let me do it right there.
Okay, yeah. So just as a reminder, since there are going to be obviously more people watching this and it's earlier on,
My brother just recently published his own book in a writer's derby, and I wanted to shout it out because I love my brother and I really hope this is successful. He's already been doing pretty well metric and review wise. So yeah. Yeah, it took him 4 months to write and edit and publish everything. So do pay that mind. But I started reading it earlier this morning, and it's pretty freaking solid. So even without the bias of him being my sibling, I highly recommend it.
Yeah, no.
Because you mentioned bias, yeah, there's already bias. Sorry. You had to mention it. There's bias.
I can't wait to tell you my Gamera pitch.
There we go. All right, awesome. So what I will actually do real quick, since I have it right here, is I will put that in the list right here for anyone who is interested, and I'll make sure to edit it out in the description at the end of the video to make sure if anyone wants to take a look at that, they'll be able to.
Cool.
But
thanks.
Of course, yeah. But with that out of the way, we will begin. We'll start off. King, it's going to be you going up first. So what I did for everyone, since a lot of people had a lot of pictures, I made collages out of them. So it'll be easier, and I don't have to flip through as many tabs. So the floor is going to be yours. I'm just going to mute everyone until it's time to give like sort of thoughts and stuff after they've given their pitches.
Wait, Zim, I want to ask you something. Who's gonna go? So who's gonna go after Lizard?
It's gonna be King, Hoshi, you, Minecraft World, Sea Monster, and then myself. But if Nico or Crew come in before that, then they'll go and I'll go at the end.
Okay then.
There you go. All right.
I get that.
Speaking of Nico, there he is.
Hi.
Hey, kid.
What is up, my Saiyajins?
Hello.
What's up, guy again?
Hey, Nico.
But
hello, Shitty 05.
Thank goodness you said that before we hit 10 minutes. I mean, after 10 minutes.
After 10 minutes. Oh, thank God.
Yeah. Thank you for because don't kill my analytics just yet, baby. Come on now.
But, you're new here, but we don't give exceptions.
But yeah, let me mute everyone right here. And again, you guys will be able to unmute yourselves once it's time for everyone to start discussing. So
before this though, let me ask, what am I pitching? Like because I know that there was my own what?
Yeah, just your own thoughts on like your own Gamera related projects.
Okay.
All the way there.
So, what I was wanting to do with Gamera was just like what I've done with my other LKP Godzilla characters that I did for the first season of my YouTube series. I want to pay homage to the originals, and I'm not talking about starting in the 90s. It's going all the way back to whenever each kaiju made their first appearance, but not just ignoring all the other designs and things like that came after. So with Gamera, being that was 1965 when the first film came into being, he still had his basis in Atlantean folklore and part of the Atlantean lore itself. So I wanted to heavily base him on that, and I had to do a whole bunch of research. So I had to look into, and everybody has their different ideas about where Atlantis was. I still believe that it very much is the Eye of Africa. You can see it from space. There are 7 rings that are there in Plato's journal. It talks about the 7 circles that make up the Atlantean city. And if you take a look at the geography, there was water there at one point, because you can see where rivers and things like that came in, and where it finally just came out and it became a dry desert. So, looking at that area, I looked into a lot of prehistoric turtles that would have been around at that time that we have fossils of. Now, I kind of fudged it a little bit because it's the stupendous or stupendous geographicus, I believe, is the name of that gigantic, like table-sized turtle. And I know it's not there in Africa. I believe it's in another area, but it wasn't that far from Africa. So I kind of just went with that. But I pictured it as like how, again, in like 1965, that he was well known there, but instead of, he was just a terrifying monster that the Atlanteans made, and it just became a hideous beast that ended up being locked away in ice. I kind of went a little bit with, as well, the trilogy that we all love and know, and went with, well, he was built by these Atlanteans, but in the films, you can't really tell that. It doesn't look it. I mean, other than the fact that it's a giant turtle standing up on two legs. That's about it, and that can fly. I decided to go a little bit further with it, because the orichalcum, that stone-like metal that the Atlanteans are known to have, they use that already technically for the curves or the comma shapes in the Gamera trilogy. I took it to where, well, they used it as part of the technology, and they embedded it into the spinous process of this animal and made it bigger to be a guardian because of their mistake with Gauss, which I still am trying to design that and come up with a pretty decent design that will pay homage to Gauss, but still make it to where it's a feasible thing as best as I can. So and I don't know what season he's going to show up in, probably season 3 when I do this. I'm going to bring up Gamera, but he's not going to have a speculative evolution, because that never needed to happen. He was man-made. So, but it's going to be in the thought process of scientists today. They're only going to be able to speculate on reasons as to why the Atlanteans did this, what methods that they chose to go with, and finding quote unquote documents that have been basically had to be put together from different cultures, because Atlantis was known by many other cultures as Mu, or several other kind of names that they went by in different parts of the world. So they had to do a lot of digging, a lot of research into the technologies that they had back then, described by not just Plato, but also by other scholars in different countries. So with Gamera himself, he still holds his ability from 1965, which is not the trilogy where he shoots out plasma balls or the things like that. He retains his plasma like flame, but he also does take on some of the attributes from the 90s. Also, the other cool thing that I wanted to add to him was that on the orichalcum stone metal plates that are buried into his neck and his tail, only one word is written in a glowing green, and it's just one word that glows green, and it says Guardian. And they don't know, the scientists don't know at the beginning why that is written on him until further on down the line, where they find out that the Atlanteans created the Gauss just out of their pure, basically narcissistic selves wanting to create life. So they didn't really take into consideration what these creatures would be. They just went on ahead and did it and came to find out that it was their nation's nightmare. And so the only way to fight off the Gauss would be by creating something else that would actually be and programmed to be a guardian. Now, again, not knowing true Atlantean technology, they don't know how he was programmed to do this, but he is programmed, unlike the Gauss, who were never truly programmed. They only had one aspect to them, which was to destroy, which, again, I will try to set up in a different video altogether down the line. I just have to get the design. But he still can fly. He can fly like a flying saucer. He can still swim at the speeds that are mentioned in the 1990s films. He is still 60 meters tall. So he kind of maintains that 60 meters the entire time. He doesn't grow any bigger. That's just as big as he gets. Other than that, that's actually everything that I've got. I think that I added to what Zim had. I think that's everything that I touched on.
Yeah. What the heck is that background noise?
That's the Muppet Christmas Carol.
It is the Muppets Christmas Carol.
That's what it is.
Oh, I grew up on Muppets Christmas Carol. What the? I recognize Marley and
Okay,
Marley.
my question is, why are y'all watching it?
I mean,
It's a tradition.
Technically, the holiday season. So.
Okay, but it's Thanksgiving week. Why are y'all
Yes, it
celebrating
is.
Christmas?
Technically, we're doing it.
Christmas stuff
we're-
in October. That's the same reason why
we're-
Crab News-
Watch Halloween
We're
movies
watching
in
it.
September and October.
I will defend this way. There is one Thanksgiving film that I would watch, but my parents have it, and I haven't been able to get it back yet. And it's Happy Thanksgiving, Charlie Brown.
Oh, peak.
I would be watching that, but because we don't have it, I had to break our usual tradition, which is once Thanksgiving is over, after like my family gets done eating Thanksgiving dinner and we're all kind of vegging out from overeating, we do turn on the Muppets Christmas Carol. That is a tradition that once Thanksgiving meal is done, it's like, well, Thanksgiving is over. We're now going into December. But because I don't have my movie, because my parents stole it, not like saying stole it, but they took it because of the grandkids, I don't have my movie. So
Once you have Apple TV.
So I decided to break that tradition just this once, and I'm not really big about doing stuff like that, but I did it this time because.
I mean, it's something.
Kermit the Frog. Yeah.
It's something good, regardless. Anyway, back to a different puppet character, Gamera. Yeah, no, this
back
is
to Gamera.
Yeah, your
This is-
Gamera design is amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, Wizard, I have
love
a
this.
question.
Okay, who's
will
asking the
Gamera-
question?
Me.
Me who?
Will-
I can't see. My eyeballs are bad. Okay.
Godzilla 2005.
Okay, there you go. I see you now.
All right. Will your Gamera fight your own Godzilla?
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. That's because I've had a lot of people on YouTube, at least 2 people ask on YouTube, is he going to meet Godzilla? And I said, well, he is going to meet mine because he's within the LKP universe. So yes, they will meet, and yes, there will be a video, and it's going to be amazing.
I'm looking forward to that.
And there won't be any team up, right?
Why is
No,
that matter?
there's not going to be a team up.
Yeah, because my my Gamera pitch is gonna be a team up. Unlike
Okay,
other
why-
Godzilla.
Well,
Why
save that for when we
Why
get
are
to
other
that
people
on
not allowed to
live.
team up? But
Jesus.
okay, let's move
Okay.
on.
Yeah, let's move on.
I think I echo the sentiments. Honestly, this is just one of my favorite fan Gamera designs. like I've already complimented your art style and your thought process when it comes to creating material. When it comes to creating kaiju, end of sentence. But holy hell, this is amazing.
And he
This
is going to have a figure. That's what you guys are seeing right there. I'm in the process of making a figure,
Like,
but there's a
dead ass
twist
making
to
a
it.
figure? That's awesome.
Oh yes, I'm taking my design and
that.
making it
I am
into a reality.
buying that day one.
How
I am
much?
buying-
Shut up and take my money right now.
Well, I already have the Godzilla already as a figure. I don't know if any of you have seen that I've posted on YouTube and on Instagram,
Yeah,
and I believe also on Twitter, that I have those figures. At least that started. And the fact that I made my Chelrung, which is a turtle, it's a tortoise, and the way that I made him was in 3 separate pieces. I'm doing this with him. However, there's going to be a twist. I'm making 6 different plug-in pieces that will allow for him to be standing up, another version for him to fly with his arms and head out, and another version where he can be in his flying saucer mode.
Ooh.
So that's gonna.
Cool.
This is gonna be the biggest undertaking since the King Tyrannus figure, which was one of my biggest projects of doing multiple pieces that can plug into each other. So now I'm basically outdoing myself, because now that I've learned what I can do with that, I'm going to try that with this one and see if it will work.
Nice.
Okay,
And
I'm
the
looking through
arms
your
will
YouTube channel
move.
right now, since this is the first
So,
time.
okay, I was gonna ask if
your stuff is amazing.
I was gonna ask if this was gonna be articulated. Oh my god, you are one
Yes.
ambitious motherfucker.
King
You are
Tyrannus,
Yes.
really
okay,
ambitious.
before I ask you something,
Yes, go ahead.
have you ever did draw your own version of King Kong?
Yes, I have. And he makes a
Cool.
short appearance, a very short appearance, in the it's in the it's not the Gorosaurus analysis video, it's the speculative evolution. Kong does make an appearance in that, and he is going to have his own speculative and analysis video at the end of season 2.
Yay.
Talk
So-
about ambitions. Holy shit.
Oh
So
yeah, I've got a whole thing set up.
And
Oh my
one more
God.
thing. What does LKP means?
Lizard King Productions.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought
That's a
I know,
pretty
I went
basic
simple.
thing. Why do you think we
Yeah.
call you all 5? Because Lizard King Productions is a fucking mouthful.
I
No,
thought it meant
Yeah.
late KPG something.
Oh no. Lizard King Productions, LKP.
Yeah, no,
I cheated.
yeah, but like holy yeah, no, I think we've complimented your art style a lot, but like motherfucker, you are one
Well-
ambitious dude. You are
I'm trying to have a company. I've already technically kind of started it already.
I know, and I very heavily respect that. Oh my god. Oh my! I can't wait for this figure. I can't wait for this.
Yeah,
figure.
So-
like, this looks cool. I can't wait to see pictures of it finally finished.
Yeah.
Right. And so what I'm going to do, at least my first thought, is that I'm only going to do the standing version for now, so that I can kind of put it out there and see, okay, who's actually interested in this. If they are, then I'm going to then start sculpting the other 4 segments, because this, again, he's going to be set up in 3 segments, but each segment, the arms and head are all one segment, but the arms can move in that one segment. So they'll be articulated, but I'm not that confident in a like what Rixan Custom Toys is able to do, where it's completely posable. I haven't gotten that good yet, but I can guarantee that it will be the same manner as the Bandai figures, where you have movement in the arms, You'll have a little bit of movement in the legs. I'm not very sure how I can do that with the legs, though. I'll have to look into that. But I mean, the shell, there shouldn't be any movement. It's a shell. So for those of you who are hoping, oh yeah, it's going to rotate. No, he's not going to rotate. It's a shell.
But can it do a barrel roll?
Can it do a barrel roll if you throw it?
Honestly, when it comes to figures, like custom figures, I don't really need a whole lot, and that's why I kind of appreciate what you're going for, because I really just need a pretty much standard pose, can move the arms, move the legs, and that's pretty much about it, because I'm really buying it primarily for the design.
Right. Which I'm going to kind of segue just a short bit, but it has something to do with Gamera itself, is that for now, I have stopped spray painting because I use spray paint to make the base color. Then I use airbrushing to go in and add details. Since I do a lot of my spray paint outdoors, winter has shown up. It's now going to be cold outside. I cannot do that anymore. So I've spray painted everything. I am now working on airbrushing everything. And while I'm doing that, I am still working, and I work on it at night, and I only get about maybe an hour to an hour and a half tops in the evenings to work on this, because I'm at work. I'm a medical assistant from 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening. So, but I can get quite a bit done within an hour and a half. I mean, that shell literally took me a night and a half. And I was done.
A night and a half?
A night and a half. So basically an hour and a half and probably 30 minutes to start.
Damn. The dedication.
Yeah, no, that's what you really need if you're gonna work on a company and grind things out, is that level of dedication, which I have 100% respect for on your part.
I think I
respect the hustle.
It's custom figures, especially. I know I haven't made any myself, but I know from obviously Titanic Creations' work and Rick's, and from what I can gather of Rick Sand's work, that it can be incredibly tedious and incredibly a hassle. But fuck, this is amazing.
So, and what's going to be cool about this is that all these figures, if any of you go to G-Fest, I'm working on G-Fest right now. I put my thing out there, and I finally got a company number, because you have to have a company number to have a booth. Titanic Creations actually helped me with that. And because I told him how much I was going to spend, he's like, dude, it's free. Go to this website. I was like, no. So I went over there, and sure enough, I was able to get it, was able to send it to him. I just now have to wait to hear from G-Fest if they will accept my application or not. Now, I know that they're going to reject the first application because I didn't have that number. But when I got the number, I resubmitted my application in the hopes that they may take it. Now, if they don't take it, then I'm unfortunately not going to G-Fest. I will try again for 2027. But if they do accept it, I'm working like mad to get all these figures done so that they can be on the table in the artist alley.
If you don't end up going to G-Fest, are you going to be selling any of the figures between now and then, or do you want to wait primarily for a G-Fest release?
And that's what I've been trying to figure out, because right now I've only got 26 of each figure. That's it. Because for Godzilla, it takes 7 hours all day for that thing to print. For the Godzillasaurus and for the Anguirrasaur, Godzillasaurus takes about 5. The Anguirrasaur takes about 4. So I can do 2 of them in one day. So I'm able to crank those out. And I hear you guys laughing in the background. You guys are making fun of me just because I call it Anguirrasaur.
Nah.
Anguirus.
Anguinus!
I hear you guys.
I was waiting for you to bring up the Anguinus.
Anguinus!
Anguillus.
Yes.
Angela Ducaladillo.
That damn armadillo.
Ankylosaurus.
So, am I next?
Yes.
So I'm done. So did anybody
Okay.
have questions about it? Because I know that there was supposed to be like questions if anyone had them. I know there was only a few, so I'm kind of leaving it a little open if anyone had any other questions. If not, I'm basically done.
So
That bitch has the Kermit the Frog seal of approval.
I got a question. Is this series you're working on, is it going to be like an animated or is it going to be like a comic?
Oh, okay. The series that I was talking about, it's not really a comic. It's more it follows the same line that I did with the first season of my speculative and kaiju analysis videos. It's within that same realm. But what I'm trying to do for the big, because again, for Godzilla and Gamera, it's going to be a big to do. So with Procreate, I am learning to do animation. So for some of the segments, I will have it animated, but that's not going to happen again for about probably season 3, probably pushing into season 4, because not all the kaiju are going to have speculative evolutions. They're just going to have the analysis. So there's going to be a season where it's just the analyses for the kaiju, and Gamera is one of them because he doesn't have a speculative evolution. He just is. He just exists. So it's the analysis on that character. And there's some kaiju that I have put into that bracket, like King Ghidorah. He has no speculative evolution. He's from outer space. So no one on Earth knows how it developed. So it's going to have an analysis video all on its own. So for the kaiju that we don't really know too much about, they just will have an analysis video. That's where at the end of whatever season that is, that it's just the analysis videos, the finale is going to be LKP Gojira versus LKP Gamera. And it's going to kind of be a death battle kind of situation where who would come out on top out of these two, out of the world of Lizard King Productions, who is able to basically stand tall, who can claim the crown. And it's going to be a lot of scientific effort on my end to really dive into. So, and I love doing that stuff because I love geeking out and nerding out about that stuff too. And I watch Zim's videos on power scaling, so I keep that in mind. So thank you, Zim.
One
You're
shall
welcome.
stand, one shall fall. It is
Why throw away your life so recklessly?
Bumblebee, quit lubricating the man.
Oh
my God.
As a sacrificial lamb to keep the tagline of the story not a lie. One did fall.
Huh? Did anyone get what he said?
Common 05L as usual.
Anyways, where were? Anyways, Hoshi, where were?
It's gonna be Hoshi's turn. Let me just pull up his.
Yay, Hoshi, let's go.
Hey.
From one hell of an artist to another hell of an artist. Holy fuck!
Yeah, so he
I
actually
love
has
the
two pieces as
jaggedness
well.
already.
Because he's got these ones here and these ones here, so we'll have Hoshi focus on his first ones.
Hey, but before I begin, hey Zim, have you seen my redesign of, kaijus like Zetas?
No, I do not. But for the meantime, just talk.
I think it's on the other one.
Did he?
Yeah, he's on the other. It's on the other one, I think.
Oh, yep, there it is. I see it. We'll put it as like its last little piece. So, but for now, Hoshi, just talk about these ones.
Okay, so how would I describe my gamer universe? Well, to any of you who probably will be disappointed, this version of Gamera will not be like a movie or like an animated series. Instead, The thing I'm trying to go for in my Gamera universe is more like a very manga type of version of Gamera. The main inspiration for my Gamera universe is like, if I were to describe it, is like, what if Koyohara Gotoge, the creator of Demon Slayer, and Keisuke Itagaki, the creator of Baki the Grappler, decide, hey, let's make a Gamera manga. And because that, it's kind of sort of like what I want to do. I want to make a Gamera universe, or at least a take on Gamera that takes both the highest peaks of these two series, like Demon Slayer, Baki the Grappler. The reason why I chose these two series is because, to me, they kind of embodied like my ideal version of Gamera, but also the 2015 trailer of the Gamera movie that we never gotten was also the kind of sort of the main inspiration for my Gamera universe, because the thing about what I want to do with Gamera is I want to make a Gamera feel like a kaiju that genuinely feels like he's a truly tragic character that has been through a lot. He's a creature that was not something that was created or like born from an organic life form. He's kind of is something akin to a weapon or like the ultimate life form that was created by an ancient civilization, which I won't say are the Atlantic people, but it's something akin to them. The reason why is because, like in, say, the Heisei era, the Gauss invaded, and because that they wanted to create a being that was something that was the opposite of the Gauss. They wanted to create like a creature that was their greatest fear, something that the Gauss should be dreadful of whenever they encounter him. And because that Gamera was born into the world, he was a creature born to wipe out and destroy anything that has some semblance of evil in it, or just a creature that's both genuinely the living embodiment of corruption and hatred in general. Because Gamera, my take on Gamera is a creature that was created to be a living embodiment of pure heart, hence the title Gamera Pure Heart. Because the reason why is because it gives Gamera a more of a friendlier look to him. Like, yeah, he can look intimidating and he can be seen as a very dangerous entity, but at the same time, it's a creature that feels a sense of loneliness to him. Something that you can at least understand where he's coming from. Because during the modern day, where the civilization that created Gamera was destroyed by Gauss and he was hibernating because of it, the Gauss invading and destroying it, Gamera was brought back to the modern world to fight off the evil entities that are his foes. But in doing so, Gamera is kind of in a sense of loneliness to him. Like, it's something akin to, say, the character of Yorichi Tsugikune from Demon Slayer. Like Yorichi, Gamera is the strongest creature, or at least the most powerful kaiju on the planet. But at the same time, he's the kaiju that probably has the most saddest and most tragic life, because the fact that he's lonely, and because there's nobody like him, there are no other true kaijus that are there to at least accompany him or at least understand where he's coming from. And because that, Gamera, or at least my version of Gamera, feels a sense of worthlessness to him. Like, he feels like he doesn't deserve to any of this power. Instead, he's a creature that just wants to eat, sleep, and just have a peaceful life, all the while be with creatures that are kind of like him, like the giant turtles in general. In doing so, it but at the same time, even though feels a sense of loneliness, there are at least people that want to at least sympathize with him. Hence the talk is the whole game of being the friend of all children. I always thought that it made the game unique in a way from say Godzilla, because made Gamera feel like a character that can be both sympathetic, but also someone that can be endeared to kids. Because I always imagine my version of Gamera to be someone that doesn't view kids as insects. Instead, he sees the children, or at least human children, as kind of sort of the what he wants. Gamera wants to have a family. He wants to genuinely be with creatures that are innocent, but at the same time something that are worth protecting. He wants to find people, or at least creatures, that just want to accept him and just he wants to be happy. If I were to describe him, my Gamera in general, or at least my version of Gamera, is very much heavily inspired by Yorichi Tsukune in terms of personality, but also the kaijus or at least the foes that Gamera is facing off against. If you can at least see a little bit of detail on their arms, you can see a tiny little bit of kanji in them, which, if you don't know, the kanji I go for is death. The reason why I chose death kanji over any other kanji is because it gives a sense of as to why Gamera hates being associated with these kaijus, because the humanity, or at least the humanity in modern day, views Gamera as a creature that's not any different from the monsters, which Gamera just despises them because the fact that they do not care about anyone or anything and just wants to destroy, wipe out everything. They don't care about natural life, and because that Gamera just he just wants these creatures to be gone, and at the same time he also wants to be he kind of wants to find some sense of salvation, or at least a sense of end to his journey, because the fact that these kaijus, these monsters like say Gauss, Jiger, Iris, Legion, Zetus, they all have the sense of corruption, evil in their nature, because of the fact that they embody the worst aspects of humanity. And Gamera, in my version, embodies the aspects of humanity that are genuinely senses of kindness and compassion. And because that, in my version of Gamera story slash manga, it's far more of a martial arts slash fighting manga as opposed to your typical kaiju manga, where Gamera has far more of a martial artist type of fighting style to him. So it will give him a sense of experience, but also it shows that Gamera is not just a giant turtle. He's a creature that was built to fight slash annihilate the evils of the world. And because that, it gives Gamera a bit more of humanity to him, and because that is why I chose this version. This is why I wanted to make my own version of Gamera. So yeah, that's all I had to say. Any thoughts?
Wow.
Very cool.
Just wow. I
Awesome.
never thought the idea of mashing up Berserk with Gamera could go so hard, but I'm all for it.
No. I didn't think Berserk. I was thinking of smashing Demon Slayer and Baki the Grappler with Gamera.
Oh well, either way, it goes incredibly hard. Like I'm
Yeah.
very interested
I
to see
love
more
the-
of this world.
Yeah.
I love the more hard metal designs of these guys.
I love how you actually went
Real
into the
quick.
fact.
Before anyone else says anything, yo, hey, it's Goji Guy.
Hey,
Oh,
dude.
Goji guy.
What? I was more focused because I was like, wait, I was more thinking, I'm like listening to what Hoshi's saying, and then I'm like, how am I going to transition over from getting the Zetas picture because it's in a different tab on a different browser? And I'm like, wait a second, is that Goji Guy? So,
Hi.
hello?
Seriously, he just now showed up.
Wow.
You couldn't have heard my pitch that I put. Okay, we gotta start all over. Goji Guy's in it. I've been watching his channel forever. Dude, you showed up late.
Guys, can tell me your thoughts on it.
Hey!
What I missed?
You missed
Hoshi
Toshi and Lizard.
Yeah.
You missed Toshi and Lizard.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
like,
I really love these designs too.
Yeah, no, the designs are fantastic. My biggest praise is the fact that you actually went into the fact that Gamera is alone. The fact that the genuine world of like how Gamera feels about being a benevolent creature. Yes, I have needed this. I have needed this story. Oh my god!
Like personally, I've like for example with Giron, the original design, it's really like classic Showa era Toku-ness in it and how it looks, and I really like the Rebirth design. And then I remember when you showed off like the designs, I was like, I really like this Giron. In fact, I still like it more than the Showa design. I might like it as much as I like the Rebirth design. So, like, out of the designs, probably I would say I like Giron the most, probably followed by Zeta, which I'll show it a little bit. Then Baragon, then Gara Sharp, Gauss, probably Virus. Actually, no, Jagger would still be above like most of these. I really do like the Jagger design as well.
Oh yeah.
Legion's interesting too.
I think Iris is my favorite.
I
patterns
love
on that chest is
the amount
so good.
The amount of aura emanating from Iris alone goes incredibly far.
Okay, I know y'all are. Okay, I know everyone's looking at Iris. Look at Legion for a second.
Yeah, Legion's
Oh.
a different level.
Oh god!
He's got arms.
My
How did you successfully redesign the two most complex Gamera kaiju in a way that genuinely makes them distinct?
Oh yeah.
Simple. I watched.
Holy
That takes
shit!
talent. That takes
Alright,
master
Hoshi.
talent. I applaud you.
Hoshi, listen to me, buddy. There is some fucking wizardry going on here.
What are you taking, and can I please have some?
Yeah, let me also show off the Zetas design too, because I forgot to add that to the collage as well.
Wow. That looks beautiful.
I like these right here, these little bits.
Okay, that one, I like that one. I love the look of that one.
Okay, I don't
No,
mean
by
this
the way,
in a mean way.
I forgot
But
to
you
tell
guys
this, guys.
know that
Guys, hey, it's okay if I ask you something.
Go on, please.
The main inspiration for my Zeta's design was Kokushibo from Demon Slayer, the upper rank 1 Demon Slayer from,
I thought it looked a little familiar.
Man, I really need to get to watching Demon Slayer, man.
You should. You should.
See, my first thought with Zetas was a Monster Hunter character. Like, I could see it, just tweak it a little bit, and this would fit right into Monster Hunter.
Okay,
My first thought was Berserk because the amount of lines the monsters have. Like, that's what the first thing that came into mind.
To
okay,
me,
but guys,
looks.
have any of you
All five,
noticed-
shut up.
have any of you guys noticed that each kaiju that besides Gamera that are basically his antagonists have the same kanji to them?
Yeah,
Oh,
because
they
he
do?
mentioned it. Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah, because he mentioned it in the story. Because that's right there, and
Is it like a kanji for demon or something?
death?
No, it's a kanji for die.
Yeah,
Oh.
so like there's it right there, right there.
And also
Oh my
Gamera
God.
has his kanji to it.
Barugan looks terrifying.
He looks like a demonic chameleon.
Night.
Dude, Barugon looks like antediluvian almost.
Yes.
Like this
Oh
is
my-
something I would expect to see in like the Crystal Palace.
Okay,
He
Yeah.
looks like a hell.
Guys,
He looks like a
guys,
hell
guys.
chameleon.
Yeah, what's
You
up, Hoshi?
forgot to say, what are you guys' thoughts on my Gamera design and his kanji?
Ooh, I love the Gamera.
I think this is an improvement over the world's strongest design. Actually, wait. Do you still have the world's strongest design?
Probably,
Because
yeah.
I want to see those two side by side.
What's the
Okay.
Gamera's kanji stand for?
It's basically the last part of his kanji name, but backwards.
Oh.
Wow.
My God. My God, how?
Anyway, guys, do you
Man.
have any opinions on my Gamera universe and Gamera's personality being inspired by Yorichi?
Well, I gotta
This
say,
is
your
fantastic.
looks like an amazing combination of a Dilophosaurus and a Devagelos. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Devil Joe.
Double Joe.
Devagelos, yeah. It
Oh
just looks
my-
amazing. I
oh
wish I
my-
had
My
this.
thought.
I wish I had this type of art so I can make my thick ass Godzilla designs.
Dude, you
I like
impress-
the
oh,
I like the thought here that again, Gamera is alone and he's dealing with that as he's also dealing with these creatures that he has to go up against. Because that sets in a drama in and of itself, along with the drama of the humans who have to deal with these creatures, which I don't know if you said how tall these things are. Did you
Sure.
say how tall they were?
They're all 50 meters tall.
50 meters tall. So yeah, so these creatures are no joke, and I would assume Gao still holds his vampiric human devouring characteristics.
Yep, probably.
Okay, then yeah, so they're dealing with all that nightmarish fuel, which all these things, and I'm not trying to be mean. It's just the nightmare fuel looks great on all of them because looking at it from a human standpoint, which kaiju being big towering things is already terrifying enough, but seeing these things where it gives like that Lovecraftian slash monster hunter slash all these nightmare like things, and they're showing up and they're big enough, they're not that big to where they can't notice you. They notice you. And
They
it's
will
like
wreck your shit.
Yeah, one thing I also want
So-
to say too is I really like just how bulky Gamera is here. I think that his proportions being more human helps with the sort of style you want to go for with your story being more of a battle manga. But I think that you
Yeah.
still capture the silhouette of him being a giant turtle really well.
yeah,
So like for your
you-
Gamera specifically, I really like what you did here.
Yeah, you
It's
did
like if the
basic.
last
You
rodent
did
is
exactly
like
what you did. You went through the exact same mentality I did when designing my take on Gamera, and made it your own thing.
Yeah. I gotta ask: is the bottom right supposed to be Zagra?
The bottom right, no, Gara Sharp.
That's Gary
Yeah.
Sharp.
Gara
Oh,
Sharp, Gauss, Baragon, Varus, Giron, and then Legion, Iris, Jagger.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of wondering what the bottom
Oh.
right was supposed to
Oh,
be because I was
is
a bit
Zebra
confused there.
Is Zebra not
but-
here?
Oh yeah, I just realized where's Zegra?
Yeah.
Did-
Oh, damn.
Did I miss another one? Wait, I'm checking through I am checking through everything. Gamera, Baragon, Gauss, Virus, Giron.
I think
There's Jagger, Gara Sharp, Legion, Virus,
Also, to
Zetas.
any of you who are wondering, my version of Gamera does not view himself as the strongest creature. In fact, he's the opposite. He views himself as a complete failure.
Yeah, he's
Wow.
out here
We are
doing the
giving the
best.
kaiju depression.
Kaiju,
Wow.
Depresso, Espresso.
I don't see a Zebra here.
Yeah,
I
I'm about
don't
to say,
see-
I'm like, I know I didn't miss all of them.
I don't see Zebra. Damn.
I mean, it's fine. It's no big deal. Or
I'm okay
anything,
with that, but like, damn.
Well,
Way to leave
clearly
him
it's a
out.
big deal because you brought it up.
No, like that was just confusing to me because like you have pretty much everybody here. Fuck's sake, you brought Gara Sharp back.
I
No
love
Zebra.
how all radically designed the kaiju are. You could still recognize them. That's how.
That's just
Yeah.
This is the fundamental of good creature design.
Yeah.
This is the fundamental of good creature design. Good character design. Holy shit! I am tweaking out right now. How did you do so good with Gamera?
Well, simple.
Honest-
I just want to make Gamera feel like he's someone who is both the strongest creature, but also a creature that you can genuinely sympathize and feel sympathy / sadness for him.
My guy.
I'd like to make a proposal. Can we create a new term titled a common Hoshi W?
Yes.
Agreed. No, it's CHW. It's a
Yeah.
CHW.
Oh.
It's a CHW.
CHW. Yeah,
CHW
we
in
go.
chat.
CHW. Holy hell, my dude.
We call
Holy
him double.
hell.
We call him
Not only-
0071.
Actually,
Zero
no. Actually,
failures,
he's
zero
not just.
flukes. 71 W's.
Wait, if Hoshi's just doing nothing but W's, it's he's not Hoshi, he's him she. He's him.
And she.
Okay.
If Hoshi didn't cook, he baked a whole 7-course.
Yeah, sorry, Hoshi. You're not the chef. You're not like in the kitchen anymore. You're just the head chef.
It's the equivalent of like the meme of the guy like said
No.
like when they're writing their
Look,
hand is like on
look,
fire.
Guys, here's the thing. You all seem to think of me as someone who's an extraordinary person, but I'm really not. I'm just.
You are.
Dude,
No
don't
depression.
set yourself
Quickie.
down after this. Don't
All right,
do
here it
this.
is.
This is
Now I see where
amazing.
Gamer's personality comes from. Don't do this to yourself.
You're
This
good.
is
It's awesome.
My name-
It
You
really
have
is.
boxes.
This
Here's the
is
thing.
fucking extraordinary.
As well
Look.
as look at it this way, you have the courage to come on a stream, talk about your stuff, present it, but also you have the humility to ask for people about their advice, thoughts on your designs, as well as you are always improving. Like, I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. I got 2 Gamera Kaiju designs out while you've got like almost the entire cast. So it speaks to your dedication, man. So
It
keep
speaks
doing what
to
you're
your
doing.
dedication and quality that you're able to do pretty much the whole lineup in like the span it's taken some of us to do less than
One. Like one.
One,
Reminder.
two, me. It took
Reminder.
Kuru.
I really
It took
need this
Kuru
stuff on
roughly
my
a week
game.
to get 4 of them.
Okay,
It
and a
took-
reminder.
You doubled
I
that.
did all of this on MS Paint.
Which
Did
is
you
even
wait? Did
more
you do this with?
impressive.
Did you do all of this with a stylus, or did you do that by like with a mouse?
I did this with both with a pencil and a mouse.
Okay, I was about to say because I was like, if you did that all with a mouse, I'd be like, you are a masochist, but that is amazing.
Yeah, at that point, it's
I mean,
just
to
like,
be fair, someone recreated.
Why
that.
are you casually flexing on us by accident? This is amazing. No, but like this is the story, the designs, just
Right.
You nailed
did
it. And I
so
don't
much
see
more
how
than
any
cook.
one of us is going to humanly top this.
Mhm.
We
Okay,
peaked
but
an hour in.
How
This
did
is
we
the
already
second
peak?
page.
it's okay if I ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
This might be a dumb thing of me to ask, but would any of you want to hug my version of Gamera? You know, because
Yes.
the fact of how depressed he
Like a
is.
what
I
if,
would-
hey, what if we get Lizard King to make a version of Hoshi's Gamera that's a plushie?
Just a marketable plushie.
Yes.
Yes.
Technically,
Sorry,
he
but
could
you're
do
turning
that
into a pussy
himself.
now.
There's a website.
Yeah.
Because if I were to describe
seriously?
my version of Gamera, it would be the strongest failure.
My
Hey,
God.
what's it called? More room for character development, my man.
Dude, I mean, I'm considering drawing just doing a drawing of every single one of our Gamera designs interacting. I think just or like fighting together against someone. I don't know who, but oh my god.
Fighting
You could
against
just
my
draw my
Gamera.
version of Gamera being
Man,
sad.
I don't know how any of us could top this.
What's
Okay.
it called? So we got Lizard, we got Hoshi, and then we have 1, 2, 3,
Okay,
4,
guys.
5, including
I'm
myself.
going
left.
to-
Oh,
hey,
another one.
Guys, I'm going to be leaving right now. I hope you guys have a wonderful day because it's midnight in my place, and me and my sister are gonna have a class tomorrow.
You
Have a good
get-
one, man.
You get a good night's rest after this.
You have a good.
My god.
You deserve it. You.
Rest
I always
on
want to
that.
make sure I can get your stuff out first, Hoshi, because I know you're always up really late to enjoy the streams, and I very much appreciate it.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
just-
I'm
before
just glad
go,
that I
hey,
went first because his stuff was better.
I feel
Because
like.
now it makes
I
it
have
pale. It
something
makes
remarkable
my
to say
crap
to
look like
you.
Uh-oh.
crap.
Kuru, no.
I have something remarkable to say about you. Your
What?
designs for Gamera's villains are so amazing. I'm thinking of doing the same for mine. Gonna
Just
redesign
don't rip them off.
Ghidorah,
Just don't rip 'em off.
Gigan, Destroya, Space Godzilla, and such edgy, kick-ass designs in the same way you did that to Gamera's villains. I
Just-
think you've
Just
inspired me.
please, here's my word of advice for you, 2005. Just
Mhm.
please don't forget about at least giving some bit of humility slash, relatability to the kaijus because it makes them feel more entertaining in my eyes.
Yeah, but Ghidorah and Destroya, they deserve to be in hell.
And so do you,
Okay.
but that's a
Oh,
totally
my
different
God.
story.
That's a
Hey,
tangent for
see-
another day.
hey,
Hoshi,
Tangent
you-
for another one.
Hoshi,
Let's not keep
you go
Hoshi
to
longer than he
sleep.
needs to be. So,
Okay,
Hoshi,
Sea
thank
Monster,
you.
Sea Monster, do you have anything to say to this?
Yeah, keep on cooking, man. Keep on cooking because you're
I'm
doing
asking
great.
this because I do really plan on making a manga in the future. So, do you guys have any word of advice on when it comes to making a manga?
Just go for it, dude.
Just
Go for
go.
it.
You
Like
best.
when we see some stuff, if we have things to add in terms of like paneling or issues, we'll definitely let you know. But from a design standpoint, you're cooking, man.
Do it. Make your dream come true.
Just do
And
it.
I would say do some research as well, because I mean, it does not hurt to look into, pacing and things like that for a manga. I mean, I had to do a lot of research because I'm doing a comic myself, and there's a lot to learn. And I mean, yeah, you're basically doing it all on the fly, but it doesn't hurt to, do a little bit of research, see how certain things should flow and how they shouldn't.
Yeah, just to be safe,
Mhm.
Yeah, it's always good to have like reference material around you. Like that's why I like to buy comics and mangas and stuff.
Okay.
YouTube is a wonderful place.
It's
Alright,
it's
Kaiju.
something. I wouldn't say wonderful, but it is
Alright.
something.
I said it that way.
But let's have Hoshi say his last little bit before he bounces.
All right,
Hey,
Hoshi.
Kuro.
Well, you have a good night's sleep, dude. Get some sleep for that
Kuro,
class.
Have a good night, Hoshi.
Kuro, do you have anything to say to me? Any word of advice?
All right, I've only got one. You ready for this? It's gonna knock
What?
everybody's socks off. Plug your nose and jump in, but you gotta hike up those that speedo up to your Adam's apple and just jump in.
Alright, Kaiju, do you have any word of advice?
I think Kuro is AFK.
No, I'm not. I'm right here. Keep doing what you're doing, because as long as you're doing it this well, expect me to be just cheering the loudest.
Thank you, man. You're
Yeah, we're all
genuinely-
rooting for you, buddy.
Thank you.
Wow.
You honestly, I never would have imagined I would have met a crew like you guys. You guys just genuinely make my day so much better, and because of that, I'm grateful to talk to you guys, and I'm just happy to have people like you by my side.
Yeah, dude.
Of course,
I'm
man.
glad to have met you
This
too,
is-
Hoshi. Hope we
That's
could talk.
adorable.
Thank you, everyone, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
You too,
See you
man.
later.
Yeah.
Take
You
care.
too.
Take care.
Peace.
Get some good rest, my friend.
Alrighty. You know what?
Who's next?
I'll do mine next. Why not?
Yeah.
What? Wait a minute. I thought there was a line. You just skipped everybody else. There was a line here.
I skipped
I know
it.
this is your stream, but you
Is
jumped.
this where the line
Hey, it's
starts?
his channel. He can do what he wants. let him.
Exactly. This is my stream. I do what I want. I make the line now.
Oh
Call
my
the press.
god.
You know what? I
Democracy is
fought in
dead.
your general direction.
Oh my god.
You thought this was a
Your
democracy?
mother was a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberries.
Elderberries.
I know
All
I've
the
heard
press
that line. I don't know where the hell
Democracy
it's
is
from.
dead, and thy name
Dude,
is
what?
Zimcast.
You know what? I'm old. Forget it. Never mind.
That's right, old man.
That is Monty
This is
Python's
good.
Quest for the Holy Grail.
I'll put you in a box floating down the river, Grandpa.
Damn,
Did you forget my favorite trunks?
Lizard, did you fucking know the dinosaurs?
Yes, I
He had a
did.
pet one.
Didn't you
Does
have
it
a
mean
pet?
that Lizard
Didn't he
King
have a pet
Production
in
has an
Almost
UNC status?
He is Unk. He is the Unk.
He is certified unk status.
Didn't he actually have a pet in Amalakaris or something? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
well, no, he fished with them. Like, he used them as bait or something like that.
He was the one who
I
brought
remember when the
the
Donkey the Shavers first came out, and oh my god, it was revolutionary.
No,
Bro was out
Minecraft.
here
Minecraft.
fishing for
He was the one who brought back the
Dunkleosteus while we all-
Dunkleosteus to rebirth.
Lizard
Anyway-
King was out here like fishing for Dunkleosteus while we all were still fucking trilobites.
Meanwhile, Hoshi was in the kitchen. Anyways, Zim, where the hell were you?
Not really related to the pitch, but I also just wanted to show off a Giron design that I did and I posted
Yay!
in
Oh.
the.
I love
yeah,
that design.
Oh yeah, Zim, will you also show off my Balzar versus Giron artwork?
Yes, I will.
Since we're on that
Wait a
topic.
minute.
Since we're on the topic of
Wait,
Giron.
Zim,
Yes.
where is it?
Where's what?
Where are the freaking ninja stars?
Oh, what's it called?
Where are they?
Same deal with
Where are they?
Rebirth Gamera, Rebirth Giron.
What?
These are all the stars, so they all pop out of his back. So
Oh, the
I did
spines?
yeah, the spines.
Oh, you went with the whole, rebirth thing, didn't you?
I went with the rebirth thing. Like, I like the rebirth design, and I really like Toshi's design. And I was like, I could add the ninja stars from the original. And there was one design I was looking at for reference that does make him look a little bit more like a bioweapon, and had the ninja stars right there. But I was like, no. So I was like, no, I wanted to keep the classic colors, but I wanted something like this, similar to the Rebirth head.
I've noticed that you, Hoshi, and later Kuru have very similar design philosophies with how Giron's head is shaped. It's less like a knife and more like a scythe.
But for me, it was like, I wanted something to do with a kind of like a katana or like a greatsword that had so essentially his sword is the top of his head while the pommel is his chin. So if he misses you with the blade, he'll smack you with his essentially his overbite as a pommel strike.
But either way, it's gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt. You're either gonna get bonked or you're gonna get sliced. So
either or is unpleasant.
You're gonna get British or you're gonna get American because he still has his ninja stars.
Yay. Or Japanese.
Or
you're getting American, weaved or British.
Weaved or British. Oi, mate, you got a license
Weed
for
out the
stabbing.
British.
I got a license for stabbing right here.
Where's Animus when you need him?
Doing a
So that
stream?
sounded Australian more than anything, guys. Come on.
Oi,
now.
Well, no, there was no.
Welcome to Australia, where we have to deal with the Barum from the Godzilla anime timeline.
And then I made this boy, this work in the lead up to the Rebirth DLC because Balzar versus Giron was the first matchup that came up to mind. I know that Passion Republic pushed Daigen versus Giron a lot, but I don't know. This just felt more natural.
A 3v1, 3v3 is
the
pretty
cat with the blade. The cat with the blade versus
Wait,
the
wait.
dog with the blade.
Who's
Versus the chicken.
Belzar?
Balzar is their original kaiju.
Yeah, he's one of their originals.
Oh. I don't know why, but I'm looking at this, and I don't know how many of you, grew up with the Hanna-Barbera Godzilla series.
Now I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what
I know what you're thinking
That
about.
wasn't what I compared it to. When I saw this thing for the first time, I thought, did they just make their own Arkveld?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
It was either that, the stone lions in the desert that can create a snowstorm, or the 1998 animated series of the flying lion that could eat oil through its feet.
Oh yeah, the Sphinx one, yeah.
Yeah, the Sphinx. I mean, there's also the one from Godzilla the series.
Yeah.
Yes.
But let me switch over to
Indubitably.
the actual Gamera design.
Okay.
So what is the order for this stuff? Because I know I joined a little late.
I know you're unfortunately probably going last. So after me, it was gonna be Minecraft C05. Actually, yeah. Minecraft C Nico 05 Kuru.
Because I'm not really sure
I would
how long
actually
I'm gonna be here.
I would actually
don't
like to
know,
go third last.
but there's a chance I might get pulled away from the stream because my dad needs my help with something. But if I'm going last, maybe he'll show up beforehand.
Or if anything, what's it called? We can have you go right after me.
And my I don't know.
There we go. All right. Okay. So I made sure to print out my story. So
Oh, look
the
at you
title,
being all proper.
I know exactly, right? It helps, okay? It's the German in me. Gotta have all my papers in order. even if I have to hide some things. But the story I wanted to do was called Gamera Fortuous, and we open up on a submarine that is exploring a ruin somewhere out in the Atlantic Ocean. And as they descend further and further down into the depths, they notice details about these ruins, such as architecture comparable to Mycenaean Greece, as well as ancient Mesopotamia. And another person commenting on the concentric circles of the ruins leading up to the center, which is where the main researcher concludes that this is the lost city of Atlantis. The sub then passes by a statue that is similar to the Assyrian lamasus that you see, essentially those sphinx-looking statues that flank pillars and structures. However, the lamasu in question has the body of a turtle, the head of a boar with massive tusks, and the classic lamasu wings. We cut between shots of being inside the sub as well as outside of it before then cutting to a wide shot showing the sub dwarfed by the innermost part of the ruins. And as they get closer, the sub is rocked by what they believe to be a earthquake, which is accompanied by a familiar sound to the viewer before the sea is calm again. And the sub makes frequent calls to the support vessel that is above the water and coordinating their location in order to continue their investigation. We then jump to a new scene with an archaeological conference in London where the team's leader, which I'll just refer to as the father, is commenting on this discovery, sharing other details such as harvested stone being believed to be about 10,000, coming from 10,000 BC. The melding of the architecture styles suggests that either this supposed Atlantis was a mass widespread empire or was competing with other cultures, and those cultures influenced their own architecture. Along with several artifacts that he showcases, including a miniature version of the Lamasu statue that we already see. Between comments from the father, we cut back to the auditorium, and all the way into the back is a young man who I'll just be referring to as the son or boy. And he's a young boy, about young teen, so around middle school age. And we look from his perspective as his father's lecture essentially just becomes white noise. And we sharp cut to the boy now being brought out of his thoughts by his father, trying to make conversation with him. They are now in a car and making their way back to their hotel. The father is trying to ask like how's school going, things of that nature, and the boy is pretty much uninterested. And the father grows increasingly more irritated by his son's lack of incentive that he's putting into his schoolwork, commenting on how a lack of good grades will mean a lack of future prospects for him. The son is still once again overall unresponsive once they get home. And again, the son is still trying to, just be in his own little mind, his own little world, and then asks about his mother, which the dad is quick to dismiss and reiterates that the only reason why his mother is away on a cruise right now is the result of his own dedication to this job, because he's actually he works primarily with several different museums, most of them based in California because they actually live in Las Vegas due to the connections that his wife has, primarily through their family. But the son is not too pleased with the fact that he's kind of just been going from one place to another, going on trips with his mother or going on trips with his dad, and not really having a stable kind of general home life that other people have. And the father, once again, being more of an academic, is just kind of fed up with it all. And he tells his son to focus on his homework while he decides to put on television to sort of decompress. Now, from the audience members' perspective, as the boy works, we would get snippets of kind of what the world state is going on. So we have things like rising debt, global tensions, an energy crisis, and the strange loss of a private jet in the Atlantic Ocean, which catches the father's attention. And it's commented on that there were several diplomats to a random nation, I'm not going to say which, that just so happened to have gone missing. And right now they are currently looking for survivors. So we now cut to a night patrol where 2 U.S. fighter jets are surveying the area where the plane disappeared. Interspersed between these shots of them just flying out is the airbase, which is sort of taking command and ordering them around. The cloud cover is overall pretty heavy, and the pilots, one being younger, one being older, are just conversing about the fact that it's kind of weird that it got sent out this quickly just to look for a missing plane and a couple diplomats, and why they specifically were sent out to look for these diplomats instead of their nation's own government. And as the cloud cover clears, they see the remnants of the plane in the water, along with some other materials. And as they relay this material to the command crew, they hear once again the sound that's familiar to the audience members. And we finally now get to see the massive spinning UFO rise above the clouds and sort of just barrel past these pilots. And the situation now moves from a recon situation to now engagement, as the pilots now go in pursuit of the UFO in order to get visual on it and, if not, destroy it. So we transition to a dogfight where they're using their missiles, Vulcans, pretty much anything to try to take this down, which the craft doesn't really seem to mind or really even retaliate until deciding to ostensibly stop in midair and then do a Uno reverse and just shoot backwards, essentially defying all physics and gravity, almost taking out both pilots at the same time. And now the UFO is on the attack and is chasing one of the planes, specifically that of the younger pilot. As he's trying desperately to escape, the older pilot tells him just to keep evading, doing what he can, as the aircraft carrier that is where they came from is now coming in to support them. So what the older pilot does is comes up with this plan to essentially keep moving in for his landing, while the older pilot moves up higher in altitude before descending down, building up speed in order to shoot down this UFO. The plan essentially goes off as they're expected to. The pilot is able to push away the younger one, while the older one fires off pretty much all of his munitions. It does really nothing to the UFO, but the UFO now changes course and decides to attack the older pilot's plane. So now we transition to a shot on the aircraft carrier itself, as now that they're looking up, they're sort of seeing the dogfight from ostensibly the ground, aka the aircraft carrier, as this older pilot just goes into this dogfight with the UFO. But unfortunately, while he tries to do this sort of Top Gun maneuver, the UFO anticipates this and just absolutely destroys his plane and illuminates the sky before the UFO just sort of dips off in the other direction, while the aircraft carrier on the ground goes in to intercept what's left of the wreckage. So now we cut to the next day. The boy is waking up to his father, essentially soft shouting in the main room of the hotel. We sort of follow him as he gets to the door, kind of creeping in on the conversation. It's between the father and the mother. So the mother's on the phone, sort of talking, and the father is trying to keep it cool. And essentially, she's wanting to spend more time on her trips. The father doesn't want that. And actually, he wants to settle down, have the boy kind of just go to a regular school, live a normal life, while the mother's sort of shouting back that she never really wanted this. She never even wanted a child in the first place. It was something her family thought was a good idea, and she's happy letting them kind of do whatever as long as it doesn't really affect her life. So the father is essentially pretty much the better parent of the relationship, but he still has his priorities kind of messed up as it is. But the father doesn't really respond to the jab that she makes about not wanting a family in the first place and sort of just marrying him out of obligation to her family. And the boy pretends not to really hear it and tries to just go back into his room, pack up his bags, because he realizes that they're going to be in London for only a little bit longer. So might as well get ready for wherever else he's going to get taken to. So as the two are driving to the Museum of Natural History, the father's trying to make conversation while the young boy is still just pretty much disengaged, even more so now, especially since his mother is like, I didn't really want you. So he's kind of feeling down in the dumps, but they end up passing the London Eye Ferris wheel, for anyone who's familiar with that location, which does draw his attention. And he ends up kind of asking, hey, can we go to the Ferris wheel? I really want to do this. It'd be super fun. And the dad's kind of dismissive at first, but the boy's kind of like, I really, really want to do this. Can we please, like, pretty much, dad, can we go and just see this? And he's like, you know what? Fine. I'll do this. I'll just have to change our flight when we get to the museum. And the boy's pretty like happy. He's actually engaging with his father and what he wants to say. And it would cut to a shot where from the rearview mirror, the father's smile would show, seeing that there's at least one thing he can connect with his son with. And it's like those little moments like that. So when we finally get to the museum, the father tells his son to take his badge and just head to the back of the museum where his colleagues are so that they can take a few more looks at the artifacts before they ship them back over to the United States. Running through the museum, the boy kind of looks at wonder at different kind of exhibits, especially the dinosaur ones. Shots like that, I feel, would be important. But he also sees how other families are just sort of enjoying the museum regularly as full-on families, while it's cool that he's able to go through like the insides of these museums, he once again still kind of wishes that he could just have that regular family dynamic and be the kid that he actually is. But He ends up finding one of his dad's colleagues inside the museum proper, who takes him to the back where we get a better look at the mini Lamassu statue. And the son asks about the statue, which is provided with a little bit of exposition, and it's accompanied by other pictures that the submarine took of the ruins and the research team trying to decipher them. So while the scientists are looking at other materials, the boy's eyes kind of lock with those of the eyes on the statue, and the noise around the room kind of fades away as we, the audience members, get images flashing through this young man's mind. So we see things such as like an ancient society, sort of the opulence that comes with things like classical Greece, Carthage, things of those sorts. But you also see images of depravity. You can picture in your mind what those things of depravity are, but we also see a lab with these giant creatures being dissected, a child being lowered into a steaming bronze statue, which is similar in shape to the Lamassu statue itself. These ancient scientists surrounding one of these giant creatures, and then a giant war that is encapsulating the ancient city with a final shot of the same creature destroying the city and sinking it below the waves. And this ends with a POV shot of the boy's eyes as he sort of slams his head against the table and sort of falls unconscious. Cutting back to the military, they're kind of compiling the information they have about the UFO, noting that now after the past couple of days, so there'll be a little bit of a time jump that has disrupted several different mining operations of multiple nations and destroyed several military installations. There's been fires reported all over these locations, but with no like smoke trails from where these, like, if they thought they were missiles at first, could have come from, but they hear or see the UFO, so they know that that's what's causing it. At the moment, the different nations of the world have agreed to keep this under wraps in order to not stir up any possible chaos or questions that might arise from these, what they are equating to as freak accidents or faulty equipment from the military bases. But this meeting is adjourned as they cut to a recent report of a massive tsunami-like wave that causes major structural damage to Dubai, with clips of the massive UFO causing this tsunami wave before rising out of the ocean and then just shooting it in some direction that they don't know, but unbeknownst to everyone is heading straight towards London. So back in London, the boy has now regained consciousness with his father holding him in his arms. The father does show concern for his son's injury and wipes away the blood that's kind of caked on his head, but there's no injury there anymore. And what might have been there is completely gone. There's no sign of it. And with him now kind of cleaned up, no one would have assumed that he had hit himself in the first place. And once again, the father really, really wants to do good by his son. So they decide, hey, let's just go to the hospital first, get you treated, make sure that you're okay, and then we're going to go to the London Eye. So we cut to the Ferris wheel itself with the two of them now gazing out over the skyline. And the one cool thing about the London Eye is where it's positioned at sunset. You can just see the sun go over the horizon, and it's a really cool sight to be a really cool shot as well. So there, the dad wants to connect more with his son, maybe ask him a few questions. So he decides to be like, try to impress him, be like, hey, son, how high up do you think we are on the London Eye? To which the son responds with astonishing detail how high they are, as well as like calculations to explain that. The father is pretty much like, did you look that up on my phone? And the son's like, no, I did it by looking at this. And it would be a scene that would show this really complicated way to figure this out that no human would be able to do so in the first place. And then the father's like, well, that's interesting and all, but like, tell me, like, did you look it up on the phone? Is that why you wanted us to go here? And then the son reveals that no, your phone's still in your pocket. The password on it is my birthday. And originally before that, it was the password would have been the day you got married, which the father never told his son this. And ostensibly the son is like asking his dad, like, are we getting a divorce? Which the father says, like, that's not going to happen. And this transitions into the son sort of ranting, but like spitting out all this information at a super fast speed about like things like rates of divorce, how it affects children, the probabilities for his own future. And as he continues to spit out this information, he starts to develop a kind of headache, which his father is like wondering like what's going on and try to help him. But as they are still within the London Eye, they see something kind of heading over the horizon, which at first is obscured by the sun, but then is revealed to be the UFO, which is where we'd finally get to see a full view of Gamera. And as Gamera now descends into the Thames River, we would cut between the ticking time bomb, which is as Gamera has landed, the London Eye has now collapsed into the Thames itself. And we'd see shots of Gamera fighting with police as well as the military that has now responded to him, as well as the father trying to get his son out of the sinking Ferris wheel. Now, as the father is finally able to do this, he's able to get his son up to the surface, but in the chaos, his adrenaline is just sort of tapped out and he starts to sink. And the son is sort of just listlessly a little bit above water, barely conscious. He sort of utters in his mind this idea that he wants to save his dad. And as he does this and thinks this, we see Gamera halt his attack and proceeds to then lift the two of them out of the Thames and slowly trudge towards somewhere a little bit far away. And the military sees this, sees them in Gamera's arms, and decide to hold off before civilians are out of the area and make sure no one gets hurt. And after Gamera puts them down, does a full-on sort of like jogging turtle waddle sprint back into the Thames and just shoots off through the water before escaping. So now that the boy and his father are unconscious, we go into a dream sequence where we get more understanding of what's sort of happening. We see more of Atlantis itself, the kings of the city sort of talking about their position as gods, ostensibly, and how they were able to create life. The common people of Atlantis rabble-rousing, retaliating, and scenes of revolution, but also the depravity on both sides, those from those within power and those without it. And at the center of it all is Gamera killing what seems to be indiscriminately, but as he's doing so, anyone that is near children or our children themselves seem to be spared or outright protected, as Gamera will destroy a building, and as rubble's about to collapse on people, Gamera is using his own body to shield these people in order to get away, sort of wiping the slate clean, which will become more apparent as the story goes on. Cutting now to a hospital room, the boy's father is already awake, but a little injured and talking with military as well as political officials. And the father is essentially unsure of what's going on. He doesn't know why this creature helped them. And when the boy finally regains consciousness, he blurts out the name Gamera and how Gamera has some kind of purpose here, which catches everyone's eyes. It puts a name to the monster. And the child sort of explains that for some reason, Gamera must feel frustrated in some way, shape, or form with what's going on. That's why it's doing the things that it's doing. Sort of the typical Showa Gamera ethos when it comes to childlike characters. So one of the officials has already collected the research from the museum and presents it to one of the boys, asking if he knows what it means. The boy takes a little bit of time to really understand the script that he's looking at. But as his mind sort of adjusts, he reads that it says, "A bulwark for the nation, keeper of its future," with another script from the ruins. It's essentially less a proclamation really chiseled in, done properly. It looks more like graffiti that says, "The mandate has been lost. Let God punish the principalities." The father is able to connect with what his child is saying, comments on how it could have been a possible religious dispute, and the boy elaborates on it further that Gamera indeed was the god to the Atlantean people, and that's how the rest of the world now sort of understands the situation when it comes to Gamera. Now, the military is looking for a solution to kill the monster since it's already destroyed major facilities, disrupted economies, and therefore is viewed as a threat. And the father states that like it's possible to do this, but he would need the rest of his materials and the resources to commit to an action like this, which is where they decide it could be possible to kill Gamera with ICBMs. And the military decides that in this case, we need to get them out of country, back to the United States. So we are now transitioning to Nellis Air Force Base, which we would get some scenes on the plane with the father and the son sort of deciphering the ancient script together, kind of viewing it as a game where the father sort of testing the limits of what his child can do. And it's here we learn that when the child had encountered the statue in the first place, it developed some kind of connection with the boy. And in a way, he's able to see through the eyes of Gamera or understand what Gamera is thinking. And Gamera, inversely, being an engineered creature, has such amazing processing power in its own mind that it can help the child with thinking and deciphering things such as probabilities, equations, things of that nature, which is why he was able to do that little trick on the London Eye. And now, the big thesis that I wanted to pull away from this scene was that the father stipulates and proposes the idea that, like almost any civilization, they go through these ages of greatness, decadence, and then destruction. And that we learn that since the Atlanteans conquered life and used Gamera and created Gamera, he was shown to be powerful enough to destroy first wild monsters, which we'd have like a Barugon cameo, and then other city-state monsters, which would have a cameo of another monster. I want to say maybe Gara Sharp. But again, as Atlantis became more powerful, the practices and behavior became more decadent and ultimately immoral, which, even though Gamera is essentially a bioorganic weapon, there is still some kind of consciousness and sentience and morality to him as a character. And ultimately, what we learn is that there's some kind of connection. The Atlanteans didn't fully understand it. We understand it less so, that the human soul has some kind of innate power into it. But specifically, the potential that resides within children or younger people, being that they're the future of any society, have a greater power, especially to these engineered monsters. And so, similar to the practice that Carthage in the real world had with things like sacrificing their children to Moloch, the children of Atlantis were sacrificed in order to make Gamera even more powerful, which ultimately did make Gamera as strong as he is in the modern day, but also created a type of grudge that he has against humanity as a whole, as well as his more preferential treatment to children. And then ultimately, Gamera broke free of Atlantis' control and destroyed it. But what they also learned too is that in order to possibly kill Gamera and stop him, they found out that you would need to have whoever is connected to Gamera, in this case the child, be killed by a close relative of this, which is specifically the father. But the father realizes that he's not going to kill his son. Like, he loves his son. They've grown over the course of this movie, and that his family, his future are really what's more important to him, which is ultimately why he makes this decision to have his son stay with his mother, even though he doesn't really like his wife, especially now. But he realizes that keeping his son away from this danger is what's more important, especially if they're going to find another way to stop Gamera. Now, we transition to essentially the son staying with his mother. She takes him in a fancy car and they go to Las Vegas. So Nellis is in Nevada. It's right by Vegas. And she pretends to be all happy to see him, which upsets the boy even more. He doesn't really care. He can even like see in her body language, as well as where her eyes are moving as they're going down the Vegas Strip, that she doesn't really want to be here. She doesn't want to talk to him. He just spits out. He's like, I know you just want to watch some parties, eat some food, and go gambling. She's like, oh, that's a great idea. Why didn't you say that earlier? And decides to take him and go into one of the casinos. And this is going to be interspersed between the father continuing to find out a solution in order to stop Gamera, while we see the son being put in this environment. There's a lot of food put in front of him that's really opulent, excessive, and he's like, I'm not going to eat any of this. She takes him to down to the casino itself, see some gambling, and she's like, oh, honey, do this, like call it right here. I just wanted, like, just for the fun of it. But he ends up calling it exactly right, and she ends up getting a whole bunch of money out of this. She's like, I'm so proud of you. I love you. And he's like, no, you don't love me. Why would you love me? You only care about me because I did this thing for you. And ultimately, what they don't realize, and the father realizes that as he's been able to decipher the script from what his sons told him, that the spike in we'll call it the priest emotions will cause Gamera to get closer. And he realizes, oh, that was a terrible idea to leave the boy with his mother, because of course he's going to get pissed off. And Gamera ends up descending on Vegas, which would transition into an epic battle between Gamera and the military. The son runs away from his mother. The father is now trying to call his mother, being like, where is she? Where's my son? Where is he? And for like a sort of end villain type of death, she just wouldn't be looking for a phone. She'd be collecting chips as more people are trying to escape. Just the last little grasps of ineffectual wealth before the casino collapses and ends up killing her. But the father realizes that he needs to go in the city. He needs to find his son. And the son has decided to go up to one of the observation towers that's in Vegas itself, just to sort of see the carnage. There's a little bit of Gamera's own personality that's embedded into the boy. And since Gamera is seeing the decadence, because he's ready to destroy Dubai, which is, again, another opulent city, Gamera is like, I'm just going to destroy the rest of this. Who really cares? And destroy, killing almost everything in his way. And again, we'd see shots of like children miraculously being saved because of how precise Gamera is with his actions and his destructive power. But ultimately, the father is able to take a guess as to where his child would be, or Gamera would want the child to be, and ultimately heads up to this observation tower, finds his son. They have a little heartfelt reunion, and he sort of calms him down from the state that he's in. And ultimately, the son realizes that he's going to need to stop Gamera from continuing his rampage, which would sort of be like a telepathic connection, similar to what you see in Gamma Rebirth or in Guardian of the Universe, where they're able to talk explicitly for the viewer's benefit, but Gamera wouldn't say anything specifically. And we'd have this shot of them looking out from this ruined tower with Gamera looking up at them, and the speech at the end being like, there's really no point to destroying civilization again like it did with Atlantis, because ultimately this cycle of depravity isn't going to end, and it doesn't need a destroyer. It really needs a protector, which, even again, Gamera's a reptile. You wouldn't have the same emoting that you'd have with like a mammalian character, but I wanted to have a shot where you could tell that Gamera's demeanor and his posture has changed to be a little bit more friendly. But ultimately, the reunion is short-lived, as the father from like a satellite phone gets this information that the ISBM plan has gone into motion. Several countries have decided they're all going to fire theirs at the same time in order to kill Gamera. And ultimately, there's really not much else they can do. They're trying to evacuate as many people as they can. But due to the destructive power that Gamera has, there's no way that they can risk on this opportunity. So essentially, the boy tells Gamera that they need to stop these weapons from destroying essentially all of Nevada, but also contaminating the surrounding area and killing God knows how many other people, especially children. And the final, almost final shots would be of Gamera flying up into the air and sort of spinning around, shooting out his plasma fireballs in these various directions before rising up even higher and higher. As from a military base, we could see that Gamera is about to intercept the closest ICBM, which Gamera takes a hold of. And I would want the sound to sort of pull away as we get closer and closer up to space, since ICBMs go up into space and then go down into the atmosphere. And sort of on like a ticking like clock, you see like a tick, 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 and then all of Gamera's plasma fireballs would hit these various different ICBMs as they're up in atmosphere, which would disperse their radioactive effect. And with this final ICBM, Gamera would use his little arm blades right here to slice it in half, since he's essentially used up all of his energy. But the ICBM would explode right in front of him and take up the entire monster in the blast. And the boy would be pretty sad about it, but he'd be happy that he's grown a new affection and connection with his father, which would be the ending of the film, where we cut to a televised UN meeting where the father is now explaining sort of more findings that they found about Atlantis, with him introducing his son and how he feels still there's some bit of Gamera that's maybe still out there, where maybe the connection is dying. He doesn't feel it the same way anymore. But he essentially puts it on the audience that Gamera will judge humanity if they're found wanting again, but he will always be the guardian of its future, which we cut to various newspaper wrappings, things of that nature, to show that there's reforms being put in place in order to better secure the future of planet Earth. And we cut to space with a little bit of debris from the ICBMs, but you'd still hear sort of a muffled version of that iconic saucer noise to let us know, the viewer, that Gamera is still alive and kicking. And that's my pitch.
Wow.
This is like a mix of the original Gamera, Gamera the Brave, and the Iron Giant.
Yeah, I was just about
With
to
like
say
a sprinkle of 2014.
That was
That
a
and-
lot to take in.
that ending especially gave me Iron Giant vibes. I really like this. 'Cause, like,
Thank you.
I knew you were gonna do something with like making Gamera an antagonistic force, not exactly a villain, and I'm very happy you didn't make him like, no, he wants to destroy everything because he's an evil character and blah 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 blah. No, I like how you actually made his antagonism fit in this natural state, and also do exactly what I really liked about the original Gamera, which is tie Gamera himself into the child struggles and how that affects their how that affects the world around them, as well as keeping a lot of the world building aspects of what makes Guardian of the Universe work, which the trilogy in general did a really good job of expanding on the existence of kaiju. Overall, yeah, no, I'm very, very impressed.
Yeah, especially the design for Gamera too. He looks appropriately rugged. And I'm glad you didn't go make him turn into Homelander. So that's a good
In a
thing.
way, I look at this look, and in a way, I'm reminded a lot of Shadow the Hedgehog, someone who can and will fuck you up, but in the end, does have semi-meaningful intention, which, I mean, protecting children is probably the most meaningful intention that anyone could have.
Mhm.
Where's that damn fourth Chaos symbol?
Nico, you can't just steal my joke.
If you ain't first, you're last, buddy.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun,
Can
dun,
you
dun,
still
dun. Mhm. I know originally what I did want to do at the end was to, instead of just the saucer noise, was to actually have a spinning yellow and black spaceship. And I was like, nah, I don't want to sequel bait it too much. I really wanted
Yeah,
this to
no.
primarily focus on specifically Gamera, his character, and the struggles that he's going through. And if I ever wanted to expand on this story and do like a sequel, I would want that to be more organic.
Yeah.
What if you were to do a sequel, just hypothetically, what would it be about?
I know that if I wanted to do a sequel, two ideas would come to mind. One of them is that some corporation or some nation was able to find the remnants of the Atlantean biotechnology, and that would give rise to the Shadow of Evil. I think we all know what the Shadow of Evil is, but instead of being ancient enemies, they would be modern day creatures that their depravity is a result of the thing about Gamera is
functionally corporate greed would be the source of their like hunger.
Mhm. It would be a mixture of corporate greed, but also just misanthropy, where it's like at a certain point, greed isn't just the answer. It's like certain people are just kind of sociopaths, and then you get like continually reproducing man-eating monsters who have no loyalty to anything and anyone. So that was one idea I wanted to do, and then another was ostensibly um aliens coming to Earth and like talking about like a false flag operation and just kind of wanting to live on Earth, but ultimately supplanting humans as the dominant race on the planet and essentially stealing the future away from children. And then Gamera's like, nope, I ain't doing that. And it's revealed to be actually two different monsters which would be working together. So it'd be a 2v1 for Gamera.
So it's just like, whenever it comes to Gamera, it's just don't touch the kids.
It's the fact that it's like it's don't touch the kids, but also like if children are molded by their parents and by the world around them, and if the world around them is good, they will grow into responsible like adults and responsible citizens. And if they build a responsible society, like Gamera would be like, I will be there at the forefront of that civilization to defend it, because they understand like what ought to be, and my role is I ought to be the protector of good. So like Gamera is ultimately not like a consequentialist in terms of like its processing, but is very much more of a deontologist where there are good things to do because they are inherently good.
Mm-hmm.
We all live in a society.
I think that's something that I really like about Gamera as a character, just in general. The fact that, and part of why like I love him so much and why so many other people love him is because in a way he is the subversion of the giant monster. Instead of continuous punishment, he actively understands that humanity is more complex and children are the most simple things. They can learn at a young age, and they should learn how to be good, how to protect themselves, and how to survive in a world that inherently should favor them.
Mhm.
Even if in the Showa era it is not as deep as I said it was. Things like the Brave go into that, and I think you did a really good job of expanding upon that. Just translating this antagonistic Gamera into something benevolent that just makes sense. It does exactly, dare I say, it does the exact same thing that the original film did, but make it work and make it so much more natural.
Yay. But yeah, no, that is my Gamera pitch. And like, even speaking of the design, I specifically, things I like about Gamera's design is he's not explicitly just a giant turtle, just like how Godzilla isn't just a giant dinosaur. But I wanted to keep some things that are turtly, such as the toe placement, his proportions. I also like when Gamera has a larger tail. I want to incorporate more armor bits. I like the arm blades from Guardian of the Universe and beyond. I want to do that. I like his little mohawk from the 90s. So like just little bits. And since Gamera is, you see him first coming out from deep beneath the sea, so I wanted his color scheme to resemble more of like deep sea turtles.
I'm getting like leatherback sea turtle. Like,
Yep,
vibes.
leatherbacks were definitely something on the mind.
Yay! I got.
I also, whenever we, speaking of just considering my whole situation, Zim, I just checked things up with my dad. I'm completely fine and won't need to be pulled away.
Oh, perfect, awesome.
Yay.
Yay.
We could steer the course, boys.
But yeah,
Steer the course.
I think this design works perfectly for the same reason, like I compared to it earlier. Shadow the Hedgehog works. It's jagged, it's spiky, but it's not entirely malevolent.
Thank you, my friend.
Oh,
Hell, I'd say it works the same way Hoshi's design works.
Mm-hmm.
Can
All right. Next person.
Who was that again?
I think it was 05.
Yes.
Okay.
Ladies and
Here
gentlemen,
we go.
One sec, let
be right
me.
back. Okay. Wait, where did Karu go?
I get a bounce real quick.
All right. Anyways, in most Godzilla and Gamera crossovers, they always have the two monsters fight each other. Always a heated topic. Who would win in a fight? Godzilla or Gamera? Well, I decided to do this type of debate. Except here, I twisted it into what if the two actually teamed up against a much greater threat? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I present you Godzilla X Gamera, Destroyer of Guardians. In a very, very depressing but still stable world, it is in a very, very uneasy state because there have been many, many decades of kaiju attacks that have hardened humanity throughout many, many centuries. Well, I don't know. Well, yeah, centuries and decades. Godzilla and Gamera are the most frequent. There are many other monsters that have appeared in this timeline as well. Like, for example, King Ghidorah, Iris, Gauss, Space Godzilla, Gigan, Destroya, Legion, Jiger, Ziggurat, Zetus, Biolante, Batra, Rodan, and many more. The sheer variety of many kaijus appearing throughout the world has driven a global paranoia. And so later on, there would be new manipulation spreading around. A cult would be formed. A charismatic priest named Gao would be operating out of a hidden temple in Sichuan, China, in the mountains, offering the most simplest and seductive promise, a true salvation through the higher power that will purge all kaiju. He claims that he will bring many multiple promises. One of them, like sending monsters back into their hell gates to so that a new order could be made in the form of the cult's god. The cult capitalizes on the fear of every single kaiju. That includes both Godzilla and Gamera, despite the different motivations. As on the same side of this apocalyptic coin, from everyone from civilians, scientists, police officers, medical personnel, firemen, G-Force, members, military people, and even official government officials would even join this cult for this tireless, endless war between mankind and the Titans. Montages around the world would be seen with the cult happening not just in China but also in other international cities, praising this god. But not everyone believes in this. Here we have Miki Sagusa, a veteran G-Force consultant. She has a physical connection to Godzilla, where it's telling her that he is acting out of a reaction to environmental instability, not on malice. She senses the cold's energy that being cold and very manipulative, and not of that of a monster energy. Then there's Asagi Kusanagi. Now much older, she has a deep, empathetic bond with Gamera, making her certain of his heroic intent. She sees the cult as a betrayer to the life that Gamera protects dearly. Miki and Asagi have met after many people would be debating if they would eventually meet. But maybe they were brought here together as a shared contact, or maybe a G-force investigation, and they literally realize each other's unique telepathic abilities and realize the cult is like the real culprit here, and that they're doing something suspicious, and they try to uncover what what they are truly achieving, what they're truly going for, before it is too late. Unfortunately, it happens. On a high mountain, Gao says something along the lines, "Don't worry, all my children. You will all be safe in a few minutes. Just offer your souls to God. He will come down to the earth and eat all the monsters that lives on the surface's fiery landscape." Many people start going crazy, saying, "Yes, God will defeat Godzilla, Gamera, and the other Titans. They will fall to his knees. They will they will then bleed in his pool of demise. Let's do this. Let's all bring him down." Then Gao says, "That's right, my son. Let's all call out his name." He the Gao makes a religious hand signature, signifying their chant, their beginning of their chant. He yells out, "Come forth, the mystical being, whose name is Bagan, the god of all magic." And everyone else starts chanting, "Come forth, Bagan, the god of all magic. Bagan is emperor. Come forth, the god of all magic." Gao then says, "Come forth, Bagan! Deliver us a beautiful ending. Feast upon our souls. Bring us a glorious end to our suffering." The chanting continues. "Bagan is emperor, the god of all magic. Come forth, Bagan." As the final words are spoken, a shadow start appear on the ground of this entity. Then the shadows begin to consume the cult members by the shadows of Bagan himself, their souls being consumed by this demon. Then, realizing this is a reality of damnation, then a dimensional portal appears up in the sky. Red mist starts to pour out of it. Lightning starts to starts to spread out like if an electric storm has appeared out of thin air. Then the beast enters out with malevolent light. Baggin, a hulking, horned Dragonian terror, radiating a chilling, oppressive aura. Not a beast of this universe, but a demon of magic, an interdimensional being from a different world. Baggin begins an apocalyptic rampage. He demonstrates his powers as he starts destroying multiple cities, multiple national parks, annihilating landmarks, and then he would then he would even then torture people by playing cat and mouse. Then he would go to the United Nations, where he would kill all of our world leaders, and the explosion would be reminiscent of an atomic bomb. Then, later on, the Guardians both awaken. Godzilla, sensing a profound imbalance, wakes up from the bottom of the Mariana Trench and heads to whatever's going on in the natural order. In Gamera, in the heart of Atlantis, senses a threat to all life, arriving at the the ruined metropolis of Singapore. Godzilla and Gamera meet each other once again, and they both snarl at each other because both Godzilla and Gamera have actually fought multiple times here in this continuity. The two Guardians, the two are about to have a clash. That is until Bagan appears in front of them. Godzilla and Gamera, shocked to see a beast, unlike no other that they've faced before, to appear right in front of their eyes. Godzilla, being the much more aggressive one, roars at Bagan. Then Bagan roars back at him. Godzilla charges at Bagan, and Godzilla fires an atomic breath at him, but Bagan is unfazed. And then Bagan fires back with a plasma beam, hitting Godzilla, but also electrocuting him. Gamera tries to intervene by shooting a green flamethrower at Bagan. Of course, it does nothing to him. So, and then Bagan does an arrow attack by swiping his claws on the air, forcing sharp energy claw attacks from the beast's hand, hitting Bagan. Hitting Gamera. Then Bagan would grab the necks of both Godzilla and Gamera. He would then continuously smash their two skulls against each other, injuring them brutally. Godzilla and Gamera then realize that despite the two being enemies, they realize that Bagan is a much worse threat than they could ever perceive. So Godzilla and Gamera team up to take down the beast. Meanwhile, there is a telepathic showdown between Mickey and Asagi. Mickey and Asagi versus Gao. Gao makes them unconscious as he starts to play with their minds and tricking them into making them more emotionally destroyed. Gao makes Mickey relives her trauma where she was a young girl in 1984 and when Godzilla first attacked Tokyo in that year, leaving her an orphan as Godzilla marches on through the metropolis. And as for Asagi, she relives the parenthoodly abusive trauma from both her parents. She would relive being slapped around, kicked, and pushed and punched around And then Gao would explain that Godzilla and Gamera are connect are connected to you because you relive because they have some similar traumas to you, as they are the last species of their kind. They do anything to protect themselves and the world they are a part of. And since Godzilla and Gamera are such different creatures, they they fall in the same category as many other monsters by in this world of cruelty and destruction, a seed for many other civilizations that will bring rise into many gods looking down on you from the stars. Back outside, Godzilla Godzilla and Gamera are still struggling as as Baggins' horns start to glow, start to electrocute, and up in the he then forms horn lasers, or the Diamond Storm, as some would like to call it, raining, forcing the diamonds to be raining down on Godzilla and Gamera, completely injuring them more. Baggin then bites Godzilla, and then he electrocutes him with demonic energy. Godzilla retaliates by emitting a nuclear pulse, forcing Baggin back. Then Gamera, then Gamera fires up his right arm, and then does a fire punch to Baggin's face. Of course, Baggin is still unfazed. And then Baggin stabs Gamera's chest. Green blood spills everywhere as Gamera screams in pain. Godzilla tries to intervene, but then Baggin also stabs him, but with his claws, as red blood also starts to spray out from his chest as well. Gao continues to telepathically torture Mickey and Asagi, showcasing them how the consequences of mankind have led Godzilla and Gamera out and other monsters similar to them out in this world, and how they continuously attack and destroy humanity, like the continuous nuclear testings, the many pollution that mankind would cause, deforestation, and many more, showcasing how Godzilla and Gamera, in some ways, but most importantly, Godzilla is the punishment for mankind. However, Gamera, being a hope to all of mankind, tries to intervene this, but in the end, Gamera doesn't realizes that he has caused this type of destruction as well. Even though Gamera never really intentionally caused all wanted to do this in the first place, and is just doing this to protect all life, but can't because he's of course a giant monster like the rest. However, Gao then forces Mickey and Asagi to submit to Baggin, to give up their souls, and that the ritual will be complete, and that Baggin will completely destroy both Godzilla and Gamera, and then there would be new quote unquote peace. But then but then Mickey and Asagi have other two memories, telling them that to not abandon their lives, to not abandon their hope. And that comes from Mickey's dead parents. And for Asagi, her her also deceased friend, who was uh who was named who is named Mayumi Nagamine, her best friend. telling them to endorse life and not to give up for some dumb soul offering. So the two snap out of Gao's telepathic torture, and then they destroy, and then they see. They ask what they see that a black bead on his forehead, asking him, "What is that thing?" Gao says, "It is the bead that is to use Bagan to enter this dimension. Either way, it's completely unbreakable. You'll never be able to destroy it." Mickey says, "Oh yeah?" Are, because even though a normal human could, we are humans that have connections to monsters. So in a way, we can break it. They then proceed to break the bead by continuing punching Gao's head. The dimensional rift that Bagan came from is now closed. Bagan electrocutes, signifying him being much weaker than and being nerfed, literally. Basically, Bagan is now trapped in our Earth's natural reality. Godzilla and Gamera senses this, and then they begin to gain the upper hand. But Bagan is still powerful and still formidable, as he is still powerful, even in a much weaker state. It's just that he is more vulnerable to injuries. Then Bagan unleashes a light ray from his nose, from his forehead horn, to Godzilla and Gamera, which starts to burn Godzilla and Gamera's skin. However, Godzilla and Gamera's combined beam attacks begin to overpower Bagan. However, Bagan is now then flies up to space and is about to prepare a super plasma beam. A beam where, and Bagan usually does this where he has no other choice, where if a planet's civilization continues to overpower him, he will then destroy it instead of conquering it or eating it. So Bagan prepares the super plasma beam, but then Godzilla and Gamera have another tricks up their sleeves. Godzilla with his red spiral heat beam, and then Gamera with his mana belly blast. Ultimately, Bagan fires his super plasma beam, and then both Godzilla and Gamera fire their super powered beam attacks at Bagan's to counter Bagan's beam. At first, Bagan's beam is starting to overpower, but as Godzilla and Gamera continue to strain harder and harder, and them roaring louder and louder, their beams overpower Bagan's, and then finally the beams hit Bagan, and Bagan roars in anger as he is vaporized, and his explosion causes a supernova like boom that blinds the earth for a decent amount of seconds until finally the light dims down. The battle is won. Bagan has been defeated. The world was saved by Reluctant Alliance. Godzilla and Gamera share a final long look. Not of anger this time, but for respect. Until Gamera flies away and Godzilla dives deep into the ocean, waiting to find if there is another threat to Earth's natural balance. Mickey and Asagi know the cult's influence is shattered, and even though most people now realize that there are many things worse than just a kaiju out there, some sparks of Bagan's cult is still out there. both Mickey and Asagi walk away together, knowing that there's still humans out there that are as crazy as Gao and his cult. However, with their faith on both Godzilla and Gamera, they know that they can find a way to bridge a gap between their monsters and mankind. The end.
I'm gonna be really blunt. This story sounds like it could be cool. That said, the way you went about narrating it made it way more boring than it actually could have been.
That was the most unengaging shit I have ever heard.
Like I don't mean this to be mean. I mean this because I found myself genuinely zoning out at multiple points,
Yeah.
which sucks because I think this story could be really cool. I was going to say originally that this feels more like a fan animation with toys. That said, I've seen fan animations and toy videos that have just as good storytelling and have eclipsed the quality of the main films for both of these.
Well, then again, this is just a reading. If I had the capability of
Yeah, I know it's a reading, but the way you went about reading it made it come across as way more boring than it actually sounds.
Yeah, actually, I just came here to tell you that.
Hello.
Oh, by the
Hey.
way, hi guys. Hi, 2005. So, I also was listening to everything you were, telling us, and honestly, you had like a good couple ideas that I thought were, like, oh, like that's interesting, that's nice. I could tell where you took everything from, but I think that that doesn't make it worse. I think that mixing things that already exist in a new way is nice. Of course, I understand that this wouldn't really be canon to any continuity, and that's a nice thing because like you get more freedom to just have fun with it. As Minecraft said, it felt a little bit like toys, like a story done with toys, but like in a nice way. What I was going to tell you is that when you tell stories, people it's not like we don't want to listen. It's just that if you do certain things, people are going to start zoning out, and I was zoning out a lot. For example, but every time I came back, there were some things I didn't like, but there was also something that I did like. What I would say is when you're telling a story, if you were like 10 minutes, 15 minutes in or something like that, and suddenly you started narrating the dialogue itself, the lines from the characters, and it almost felt like you were reading a theater play. Suddenly, all of a sudden, because I can tell that maybe you're a little bit nervous, mostly because of how you breathe. Like I could tell, and it's understandable. Like I also get nervous sometimes, and actually, what I do is that I speak really fast and I don't breathe in between. So then you hear me like, but normally, like I move my face away from the microphone before I do that. When I do that, but,
Oh
but yeah,
God.
so it's normal that
How
this
are you
happens.
breathing loud?
No, now it's fine. But when I'm telling a story that I made, I don't know if it was noticeable in the past, but yeah, I always had like, it's not breathing issues. It's just that I'm so focused on saying things right that I almost forget to read. Basically, I don't know how else to describe it. Basically that. So what I would do if I were you is stick to a format, because you went from very broad strokes of your story to suddenly so specific that you were telling us the lines of the characters. That's like hyper specific. So I wouldn't do that, because clearly it shows that some things you have, like, again, as I said, broad strokes for ideas, and then some specific scenes, like very specific scenes you actually thought of, and for those you made lines in your head. Also, one thing is if you can avoid having human characters that maybe don't add that much, uh, do it, because I could tell that in some places you didn't really know the names and you needed to read it back, which is fine to read, but yeah, if you don't think of the dialogues, if you don't try to make it a little bit more like a reading, if you just like talk to us, it's gonna be easier for you not to be so nervous, and also you won't have to write every single little detail down to the point where maybe you look away or something, and then when you look back at the page you don't find the paragraph you were on, stuff like that. So if you're going to describe the story, decide if you want to describe the scenes, and if you want to describe the scenes, which is normally the best way to do it, don't put dialogues in. Just tell us what happens, like what the conversations are, if they're like super important, stuff like that. Because the less you specify, the less you have to write, and then the less you have to read, and the less nervous you will get. I mean, also there were some issues with grammar, and even it's not my first language. I could tell, and so maybe give it like a couple drafts, like do the first draft and correct some things. It's gonna take some time, like sometimes I write something and on the first draft I think it's fine, but I know that there will be mistakes. Then I do the second one, and then I think on the third one it's gonna be fine, and then I find something that's wrong again, and I feel fucking ashamed and embarrassed. But yeah, just decide on a format for telling the stories, and once you do it, try to tell us the story as if you had watched a movie, because I feel like you were trying to do a reading, you were speaking dramatically, and like that gets old after a little bit, and it will get old for you, because I could tell that you were trying to keep that up, and it was harder when you were getting nervous. And also, like, to some people it can be a little bit frustrating to hear. Like, for example, I think Cianimous did that on one of his King of the Monster videos, and I was like, oh, please stop. Some people can make it work, but it doesn't mean that you're like a failure for not doing it or anything. Like, it's fine. Most people cannot do it.
Yeah,
I can't.
I think
Wait.
Lau, you took the words right out of my mouth. I think.
Okay. Kaichikaru, I know you hate me, but what did you think of the pitch?
Bro, he was barely even here. What do you mean?
I think
I appreciate the use of bagging.
Yeah, no,
that is all.
I was just about to get that because, like, I wanted to talk a bit about the story itself. You have a very interesting habit of bringing back scrapped monsters, whether it be on purpose or by accident. And I think here, Baggin being our antagonist is pretty interesting. I think separating the narration from the story itself, I think a lot of what you have could be really cool, especially from a thematic angle. I like the idea of Baggin being a cult following. I feel like it does what the Polygon trilogy tried to do with Void Ghidorah, but one, make it more natural, and two, make a distinct use out of it.
And if you think about it, it's also kind of meta, right? Because he literally has a cult following. Like, it even got an X Plus for you.
Yeah, that too. That too. I really like that touch. I think the poster was just like a general concept, but I feel like you could really work out those designs. I think, personally speaking, if you try something a bit more Showa with both of these, because this, story-wise, gives me a very Showa era vibe.
Minecraft, you know what I think 2005 should do is make Godzilla and Gamera feel more Showa, but make Bagan like very Heisei. You know?
I don't know.
So he feels displaced.
Or even hybridize Godzilla and Gamera, Heisei and Showa looks, and then Bagan is Bagan, obviously. I like separating the narration. I'm actually quite impressed by this story. I was not expecting really any of this out of you.
Yeah, and I hate psychics all the time.
I mean that in the best way possible. This could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's the thing. I myself, like, the reason why I stopped zoning out was because suddenly as I told you before, like I was hearing something that was like, actually that's kind of nice, and then I started paying attention again. So
Yeah.
that made it easier. And normally I hate psychic characters, but I think that, if you're going to mix both universes in a way that it doesn't really hurt any of the continuities, because it's clearly like a mixture, like just for fun, the idea of mixing both of the girls is nice. One thing I might do to add more conflict is, just hear me out. Maybe you should add the girl from uh, Gamera
Gamma 3.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead
Why?
of. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, sure. I think I could have used her, but
I feel.
I mean, she
I feel
was
like.
only canonically affected by Gamera, not Godzilla. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I
I
mean,
think if I
this is
want
your
to
own
like
universe, so
to
Hmm?
give my thoughts on it, I feel that there's like it feels everyone's been saying it's like a toy crossover type of idea, which yeah, that makes sense, especially because like the only people who've done proper Godzilla Gamera crossover type things are the people who've done like toy productions or animations of that sort. I think
Or
the issue that
video games.
yeah, I think the issue that comes in a play, or at least one thing I feel needs to be fixed is I think it is fun to use recognizable characters, but I think in a crossover situation like this where they have all been inhabiting the same world together, there's so many disparate elements that you as a writer have to take care of in order to make it satisfying to as many people as possible. And I think you would have had more freedom taking the archetypes of Asagi and Mickey and either making it a singular character as a connection to both monsters, or a pair that have no like history outside of the franchise, and that way they don't feel as shoehorned in as I felt it was. And I think like also you were definitely like pulling from things you do like, because how you described Bagan consuming some of the cultists is very evocative of Void Ghidorah.
Yeah.
Well, I
And
don't like the Polygon trilogy. I love
I
the
mean, you
ideas.
that's what I'm saying. You like the
yeah.
idea, but you don't like the actual movies themselves. So you wanted to
Yeah.
do something with those ideas better. And I think
Yeah.
that that is fine. I think also
Actually, if
this
I need to,
story could have been better, as instead of being a like world spanning, there's been so many monsters in this universe type of scenario. I think had Godzilla and Gamera and maybe a few other monsters been in its past, the world building I feel would be more satisfying as a result.
Mhm.
Because like I think that you do a whole lot to really hype up the that final battle, but I think it's just some of the connective tissue there that needs to either be stripped or refocused on in order to provide a more satisfying whole.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly the word that I feel like a lot of people need to keep in mind, which is focus.
Mhm.
No, like, it's, I think one of the hardest thing for most people, is even for myself, is like focusing on one thing
Yeah.
and then killing the excess, because it's basically what you're doing, right? You had like
Yeah.
these ideas in your head, and then suddenly it's like, oh yeah, but this doesn't work, so what do I do with it? Do I rework it? And maybe you try to rework it over and over again, but it just doesn't, it shouldn't be there. You technically have to kill it, right?
Yeah.
The reason why I said maybe I would use the girl from Gamera 3 is like, use her a couple of years or decades after, the events, because of course the events wouldn't be exactly the same, right? Like, Iris will have existed, but it wouldn't be necessarily be in the same chronology. Basically, like the same thing between Monarch and 2014. Same thing happened, but it happened a little bit differently. So what I would do is, have her post redemption as a grown up now, but she's still kind of an edgier, I guess, or more like, uh,
trepidatious.
it's not necessarily negative, but like, she could be like the Jing to Miki Sakusa's Yang, I guess, Miki
Okay.
Shibusa or whatever. So at least when you have those two, you could have more different interactions. So also try to think of that, right? Because it's funny. Godzilla is like the aggressive one, and Gamera is like the nice one, but their psychics are opposed. Miki Sagusa is like the nice one, and the Gamera girl is like the fucking like depressed one. Where you,
Asagi? No,
yeah,
Ayana.
Ayana, the one from 3. That's
Yeah.
what I meant. You know, that's what I meant before when I said that I would have used her instead of Isagi. So yeah.
Well,
So you have more character dynamics between them.
Okay, well, I think I didn't want to use Asagi because one,
mean Ayane? 'Cause you used Asagi.
I didn't want to make a retread of Revenge of Iris, the Planet Eater, and two, if she was in this continuity, she would just distance herself away from the kaiju. She no longer has any strong.
The thing is, 2005 is that this story is in the end yours, and you shouldn't limit yourself.
You
Yeah,
don't
exactly, because you
have-
took so much, right? So many things from the other movies, and it's like this. As Sim said, like you kind of the reason why we said toy, you know, it feels like a kid playing with toys, is because honestly, it has no logic to it, right? Because as Sim said,
Well,
when you have
I
too
wouldn't
many
say
monsters,
it has. I wouldn't say it has
wait.
no
Let me finish.
logic.
Let
It
me
just-
finish.
Let him
Let me
finish.
when you have too many monsters, you break your own universe. You can ask the monster about this because Final Wars does the same thing. Final Wars literally does the same thing
And the
just
Polygon
because.
trilogy. And
I mean, to be fair,
Well-
with Final Wars, it's like
The biggest issue. I'm sorry.
The toys, yeah, the toys. You know, like it's like how does that work?
The
You know,
biggest
it's like-
issue I have with Final Wars having such a large roster of monsters is mainly because like there's so many of them, and yet they have like most of them have like barely any screen time. You know, that's kind of my main issue with that.
Yeah, but also like
I
in
could get-
universe, you know, the fact that there's toys of all of these, right?
Oh,
and
yeah,
some
well,
of the toys
okay, yeah,
belong
that
to
one.
very dangerous ones too. You know, it's like how can you have? Imagine having a toy of Osama bin Laden, right?
Okay,
Like-
hold on.
That exists.
Hold on. Let me speak.
Mhm.
Having a toy of a kaiju is the same as having a toy like a dinosaur or a Cenozoic animal or a Paleozoic animal. Like, why are we comparing? Making a toy of King Ghidorah is the same as HITLER.
We get the point. The problem. So here's the thing: is that 05 is that if you're making a toy of a monster in the universe where these monsters exist, you are literally holding a replica of something that has killed probably hundreds or thousands of people, whereas no dinosaur or Cenozoic animal has ever explicitly killed anyone. Like hypothetically, actually, this is something interesting. Like if there was a world where dinosaurs did exist, where someone modeled toys after specific dinosaurs that killed people, I think that that would people would not want to see replicas of specific animals that have killed people.
Yeah. The difference, I think, and before you ask, the difference between something like this and Pacific Rim's toys, one, they didn't just make the kaiju, they made the Jaegers, something that would contrast the kaiju. And two, it was also propaganda.
Yeah,
It actively
propaganda.
funded. It worked in the same way that the modern day U.S. military-industrial complex works, where it actively funded the Jaegers.
Okay.
Oh, I want to add
one more
about like
thing.
the. Sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
one more thing before you guys move on, because I'm gonna be leaving this stream. What are your thoughts, Sea Monster, on this pitch?
There was like some interesting ideas here. I mean, I pretty much definitely. I'm kind of fine with the use of Asagi personally. You know, in terms of like, you know, not because like not that I don't think that Ayana would be a bad alternative, really, but it's kind of like, I guess for the sake of this, like we keep in mind, like in Godzilla vs. Destroyer, like it was established that Miki's psychic abilities were kind of wearing out anyway, so it would be weird if we were to have this story, you know, be consistent with the continuity of the Heisei trilogy, but not consistent with the Godzilla Heisei series. It would just be weird. So kind of viewing this as like as sort of like a standalone thing, which
This is its own continuity.
Okay,
Which
it's its
already
own
has which already has an extensive history because I did mention other kaiju. You were saying
Okay.
Sea Monster?
Okay, yeah, all right. So it's its own continuity, so it doesn't necessarily have to like adhere to the other pre-established continuities. Okay. So and I pretty much do like the idea of having like a human representative of each of like the kaiju, like even if it's not like the deepest thing possible, but you got like and they all have like some psychic connection to their respective kaiju. Asagi for Gamera, Miki for Godzilla, and Gao, I think is the name for Bagan. So that's it's a neat little detail there. And I do like, and I think it pretty much would be like a fun little story to like see play out. But yeah, I'll be honest. Like the presentation really could have been better. Like honestly, I mean, I may like we may sound like a broken record by me saying that, but but I pretty much even like sometimes I even kind of listen to some of the streams, even the pitches, even like the more like ones that are presented better. I'd still would just kind of be like, oh yeah, this is kind of going on for a bit, but it's like shouldn't the pitch just be like, okay, this is like a few minutes, not like a whole summary of the whole plot, right down to the to details, not necessarily word for word of dialogue, but just like in every single event that happens. Like a pitch would be like, okay, here's kind of like like in a broad sense, like what this story, what these details of the story are about, and how they come together, in the minutia and all that. That's kind of like where like the further writing stages. But anyways, try to get back to circle back. Yeah, like it's a fun idea. I don't think it's actually kind of neat, and yeah, I even definitely think that the planet having this be a better version of what Planet Eater tried to do in the case of Bagged, is definitely also a neat touch. But yeah, next time. But yeah, I definitely would recommend next time if you do a pitch, like not try to like have to feel like you need to have like dialogue written out so you can just read them out word for word. Because yeah, otherwise it would almost just kind of come off as a table read, which not even like a theater play, because honestly a theater play is kind of like a bit would be a bit too generous in that. It definitely just kind of sounded a bit like a table read. So yeah, just kind of keep that in mind, so that you can improve presentation for later.
It felt like more like a school report, to be honest.
Oh, a little bit, maybe.
Okay. Well, I'll be heading off now. Thank you once again, Zimzilla. Thank you for listening to my pitch. I'll be heading off until the next time we meet again. And I don't know if this is going to be a hot or cold take, but Godzilla vs. Destroyer is better than Gamera 3 Revenge of Iris. Goodbye.
I'll give it. I'll allow it.
I think they're
Actually,
both good,
before
but
anyone else
that's
says anything, Convoy had said, "What about toy jets and tanks?" So interestingly enough, that is actually a pretty analogous topic because when it comes to like the wargaming side, especially the World War II wargaming side, there are many people who do take issue with people playing war games that are based off of World War II because of the mustache man and the armband people. So yeah, that's actually an interesting topic that you bring up, Convoy, and yeah, that is relevant.
Although what I would say is that a tank, if it's not like a very specific model, could technically belong to anyone. So in some cases, I would say yeah, this applies, but in some others, where it's like a cheap toy, it's probably.
But I mean, it's someone's like you go up to like a really old person and then you show them a Panzer, so it's like there is some connection, but like it's not the same as like just a dinosaur toy or something like that.
Like imagine if they made a toy in universe based on the Indominus Rex, that would not go over well at all.
Yeah.
Or hell, even any Jurassic Park dinosaur.
Yeah. No, that is they even talk about that in Jurassic World with the guy's shirt. Remember?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Mallory.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about
Oh yeah,
that.
Lowry brought it up.
Yet another reason why Jurassic World is a good movie. Anyways,
Before we do do another pitch, since he isn't here, I wanted to just quickly show off Vic's camera design.
Also, can I go next?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, is Vic not gonna be here?
I don't think Vic's gonna be here. He said he wasn't going to make it, unfortunately.
Oh.
And he didn't give me anything to speak about, which, if anything, he can tag me. I think there's like new features now where you can do like collaborations with people. So
yeah,
like,
that's
if
a
you
thing.
see this, you can collaborate with this and then do like a small video that would be your pitch to add to this. And then the next time you're on, we can just remind ourselves to talk about it. But
I really love this Gamera design. Like I love the
I
idea.
do like the jet pieces on his arms and his legs.
I like that it kind of reminds me of the Brave a little bit on the shape of the snout.
Yeah.
Yes.
He looks a bit too slim for my taste, but he's not too bad.
It's Franklin the Turtle grown up.
Yeah.
I was
now I can't unsee it now that you said
that's
it.
why the head felt familiar.
And remember, they actually referenced Gamera in the show.
Yeah, they do.
They
Yes,
did.
They do.
It's one of my favorite.
And the other
it's
monsters
just,
too.
I think it's also his colors too. It's the color.
Oh my god! It's
I
also
think
just.
that's the episode. I think that's the episode that's referenced Franklin the Dark.
Oh my god!
I don't think it was in the original book, but it is. Yeah, Franklin.
Yeah,
It's in
Franklin
the
Turtle Gamera.
It's in the
Gamera
episode. It's in the episode.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
that is one of my favorite. Just
Dude,
like
wait.
references
Zoom in
in
on
general.
Gaius on that picture that has like better resolution. Because
I have to go to Reddit.
Yeah, it's a Heisei.
Dude,
Yeah, it's
a Heisei
Baragon,
guy.
Heisei,
Very
Gallus,
well
Virus, and
detailed.
Shiger.
And it's really well drawn too. You know,
That
like
is really good.
yeah.
What's interesting is that Baragon isn't exactly on model, but Virus and Jiger are very close to their designs, and then Gauss is very close to Guardians.
This foreshadowed Rebirth Gauss. Not Rebirth Gauss, Rebirth Virus.
Oh,
that is
my
true. Also, poor Baragon, he gets referenced here, but
Poor
he didn't make it into Rebirth.
Yeah,
Season
poor
2,
Baragon.
boys.
Hey, at
Season
least you're on
2.
Franklin the Turtle.
Yeah.
At least, I mean, he also has the manga too, so. And, yeah.
Oh, Baragon.
Still waiting for an English translation of that manga.
But yeah. it really is the colors. Because look,
it's the colors. It's just a little darker.
Yeah.
Hey, it's
well, and it's not brown on the back, but the thing is that by then, you know, because of the proportions.
There's it for anyone coming in. We love Vic here, but like, it's
honestly, I think that just makes the design even better.
Well,
okay,
Vic's always done more cutesy
why
designs too, so that's not a bad thing.
I think that the main reason why we get this is because the legs are too long for what the typical Gamera is. So we relate it to, you know, Franklin, because Franklin has more humanoid proportions.
Yeah.
And also the shape of the arms, you know.
I just love it. We're just just looking.
I mean, it's not a bad look, regardless of the.
It's not
comparison.
bad. It's just it's interesting.
We are trying to rationalize
It's a
why.
hilarious coincidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think hasn't Vic brought up Franklin before?
I think so.
I'm glad I was the one to bring up Franklin.
I know that
Gamera
specific
Street.
reference was mentioned at one point.
Yeah.
I don't know if Franklin himself was mentioned, but yeah.
I'm not sure if anyone else knows this, but I think Franklin is going out of print because when when people ask for Franklin at my store, it comes up in our system, but like we can't order any of those books. So like I think that like either Franklin is going out of print or like whatever copies are left are like very sparse.
No.
But yeah.
Let the sun explode already, like so
To be
there's no
frank,
point
whoever has like those older books, they probably would be able to make a pretty good penny out of it on eBay.
Oh, I
True,
bet,
but
yeah.
Still, no.
Get it? To be frank.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's gonna get rebooted.
Puns are a stain on the human soul.
But let us go to the next pitch, gentlemen.
Speaking of bringing
Oh
back
my
scratch
god, why is it so
monsters,
crusty? Oh,
It's very pixelated, but it's gonna load, I'm guessing.
okay, there it is.
Yeah.
speaking of
Oh,
scratch monsters,
I got way too close.
Extreme close up.
That's better. That's a lot better.
That's actually way better. Okay,
Now that's a perfect shot right there.
Yay.
album
So
cover.
so my pitch is a bit different, whereas like most of you guys have been like creating your own universes and like referencing some past ones. Like those are all cool and all. I thought, you know what? Why not try to do something different? Why not give Gamera the Brave a sequel? And this is basically it. Well, addendum. It's not. Gamera the Brave 2 isn't going to be its real name, but that's its placeholder name. So the story of my pitch, it takes place like sometime after the events of the first movie, and Gamera has, or Toto rather, Toto has matured a bit better, and and since then there has been more and more monsters to come out of the woodworks because of Gamera's or Toto's brother's existence. So it turns out though, Toto's been really, really good at slaying kaiju. Like we see like a montage of him facing off against Barugon, Virus, Morgaios, Jiger. Basically the classic Showa ones that appear. And also at the same time, Toru, the main protagonist of the last movie, is about to reach his early teens and has become like popular as Gamera's best friend since like he praised him. And so he was also going through some like growing pains of his own, which includes like his father like getting back on the saddle, and it's just basically a whole bunch of drama. That is until one particular day, a new monster one of three new monsters appear, and they have been foretold to bring about like the harbinger of an ancient evil that has been since lost to time in Japan. And the three kaiju that are said to herald his appearance are the three scrapped boys, as I like to call them. The first monster being Maru Kabu Kararappa, the second one being Manga, which is Minecraft's favorite, and the third and strongest one being Garishar. And of course, as I kind of trying to mention, like each monster is like stronger than the last, with Maru, which I'm going to shorten as Maru, being the weakest one, and then of course like Garishar being the hardest. However, there's another pattern. For each of these three appearances of these kaiju, there's a mysterious girl that happens to be lurking about the same like zone. So which creates an air of mystery. Like, why is she here? Is she related to this like said appearances of these kaiju? And what's the big deal about this ancient Oni that hasn't have a full name or full design yet, but you could get a clear idea like he's seriously a bad business. So it's pretty much up to Toru and Toto and the mysterious girl to like try to figure out what the hell's going on in order to stop it all. So that's basically it. It's kind of rough, but that's a basic idea of my pitch.
That is actually that like considering with all three of those monster designs, they always had a more cutesy appearance to them. I think that like if there was any way to like reintroduce them into a new continuity, like going off of the Braves continuity, I think would be the best option. So like I like it, as well as it's very fun for Gamera fans to be like, oh, we're getting a new Gamera movie, and it has like all three of these monsters that never got introduced into the franchise proper.
Yeah, like I mean, it's generally like I'm on board. For one, I think the Brave itself has a lot of room to continue its themes and expand its story. And like Zim said, these three monsters have that cutesy, awkward environment that would come with the Brave. Granted, Zetas is a bit jarring by contrast, but still. And even then, you could still add a semblance of maturity to all of them with that. And of course, the Oni itself, I think, being a new creature, works as a nice accompaniment to the fact that you have 3 of these things, 3 not just returning but scrapped kaiju coming into the fray. Like,
Yes, I'm GMKing this universe.
Let's go. Yeah.
As well,
like
I think
said,
it's
a
also
bit
good
rough,
too.
with time, I could probably like improve upon like the Oni's motivation. But yeah, he's like supposed to be like an ancient evil from feudal Japan.
Nice.
Well, it's like I think like you could also flesh out more of Gamera's connection to the ancient past, since they don't really mention like where Gamera comes from, so there could just be a connection to the kaiju as a whole. Because in the Brave universe, they don't say it explicitly in the movie, but there is other material that states that Zetas was mutated because it fed on the Gauss corpses from the start of the film. So at least in the case of Gamera and Gauss, every other creature in universe traces its lineage to them. So like we could go under the assumption that they were either created or like something mutated them. So like having some kind of connection to Gamera's past, I think would be interesting for his motivation, or at least like his connection, and like creating that dynamic between him and Gamera as well as the other monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's the idea. Like to have like the Oni be somewhat so like mad that another Gamera exists because of Toto's ancestors being responsible for his like absence, like in
His
that's so long
imprisonment.
ago.
Sorry, really quick. Sorry, I've been gone for the past like 20 minutes. Had something to take care of. Just asking about the order real quick. Who's after Nico?
Who's what?
C, mine, you.
Okay,
Oh.
just making sure.
Do you need to get pushed ahead or no?
I'd probably prefer to go before Minecraft. You can do another pitch before mine, just some other stuff came, but I don't need to like.
And
I'll
could go
have to
last.
probably.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Some other stuff came up tonight's being a little hectic because I have to prepare to get ready to head out tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
So yeah, you can do one other pitch. I'm just gonna go prepare my dinner and then I'll probably eat while showing off mine, like I did last time.
There we go. Perfect.
Letting you know I'll be back in like 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, actually, yeah, that works out perfect then.
Yeah, I was about to say like after like someone else like goes on first, I'm gonna drop since I'm getting hungry, so I'll be back for whenever Kuru and Minecraft like pitch. Is that all right?
No, that works out fine. That gives C time to do his pitch, because I know that I know you didn't really prep too much for it, so like you've got a little small one. Plus, we can fill all the time as well.
Yeah.
Just curious, Lau, do you have anything?
Oh no, so I just was, I just was here to talk to 2005, but then I was like, okay, it will be kind of weird if I'm like, okay, I was just here for 2005. Screw everyone else.
I guess I better ask. What did you think of it?
Yeah, I liked it. It's not often that we get something that's like this fast, but also like good enough and understandable that you understand what the story is supposed to be with with the characters themselves, the relation to the kaiju and everything else. Like it's hard sometimes to make something concise but also understandable, because you have such a huge story in your head normally that you don't know how to organize it in a compacted or compact way, I guess. But yeah, I liked it. I don't know who the cancelled designs were. I just know them from what you said. When you said cancelled bullies, I was expecting Gamera to appear. But that's just
I mean like canceled monsters, like scrapped monsters, like all 3 of these guys. Well, Gara Sharp's a bit of an interesting exception.
Gara Sharp did become canon to the Heisei era. She appeared in a short film that some mistaken to be canceled, and then she eventually got a proper debut in the in Matt Frank's The Last Hope comic.
Yeah, plus, of course, I thought, what are your thoughts on manga being my story, Minecraft?
My boy, I know Zim, you placed him low on the tier list, but like, I don't know, something about this creature. He's cute. He's really cute. I want to pet him.
The thing with manga is that, like, let me pull him up. Let me pull up the picture again. Unlike, like, the designs are fine. It's just that, like, because they are just concept art, and the concept art is so jarring in comparison to the like how we actually see the suits in the Gamera series. Like, let me Zilla Gamera, because I want to show for anyone who's never seen them before, so we'll have like a better idea of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to navigate to describe the monsters in Wikizilla.
Yeah, I forgot they probably are like all under scrapped monsters. I think.
Click Garasharp and then click on Mukarapa, and then it should like redirect you to.
I think it will. Yeah, I think it'll do it. Yeah, there.
Or isn't it in Control F if you search cancelled or scrapped?
Or like, go on Gamera versus
Unmade. It says unmade.
Okay.
I just saw it.
Yeah, I just saw it right there.
Sorry.
And or other. This is Bride of God's. There he is. There you are, you little goober.
My
boy. Look, it's Varan.
Yeah, it's even furrier on.
Oh, Griffin.
And then look at this boy's name. Look at his name.
That's African, isn't it? It has to be African.
You can see why I wanted him to be like the first monster and the weakest of the trio.
Maruko Bukarupa.
Maruko Bukarapa. Oh, I said it.
Yeah!
Maruko Bukarapa.
I don't know. I really like that design though. Like
I like. Even looking at all of his concepts, he has good concepts. It's like, you know what? I think it's also just the actual like prop we see.
Yeah.
And he has
it's creepy too. You know, it's cute and creepy at the same time with the long arms.
Yeah.
It reminds me a little bit of what you could do with Shin Godzilla, for example, with the second form.
Oh, Kamata-kun. Yeah, it's the eyes. It's the eyes.
It's the eyes.
It's the eyes, and again, it's just the like the cuteness.
Yeah.
And
then
my boy.
Manga.
Varan
he got tucked by Space Gauss.
Well, no, he got saved by Space Gauss.
No, yeah, true. He got saved.
If you thought pulling off
the Varan at home. Also, glad you guys are here. Hello.
You know, it's funny because it's like you would never guess that. Who's back?
Goji Guy's back in the
Goji Guy was still here. I bet he, like, what's it called? I just see another one. I'm like, he's such a unique profile picture. I'm like, oh wow.
Sorry to point you out, dude.
It's like when Omni-Man appears in the thing.
I do hope to flesh this out more, but I've been obligated by another Godzilla project. Minecraft and crew know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you posted some whips in the chat earlier. And
Gamera. Look what happened to him there. Jeez.
What the fuck is that?
We're at that point in the stream where we can finally start swearing.
Yeah, but like Garasharp. Garasharp is tied with Iris as my favorite Gamera kaiju, and I'll get more into her once I get to my end.
And then look, he's got a gun.
No, it's his dick.
Who gave the snake a gun?
It's Rattlesnake Jake.
Literally.
Yeah, it really looks like a dick. You know that Transformer that has like a cannon in his crotch?
Oh yeah, I love that
It's
guy.
an animation mistake with Warpath, I think, and he should have the cannon in his chest, but in one frame he has like in his crotch. That or Erector, I don't remember.
I think
No,
it's
actually, in Revenge of the Fallen, it was intentional that his gun, his cock is a big gun. That was obviously intentional, but I think in G1 that might be an animation error. You might be thinking of Warpath. I mean, I'm actually going through G1, so if that comes up, no pun intended, I'm sure I will report that to y'all.
What are we on right now? Sorry, my food is just currently.
Cocaine.
I was just about to like head off and give like Sea Monster a chance because I need to eat.
Yeah, we're just looking these scrap characters up.
Mm-hmm.
They're sharp.
I'm gonna head out. I'll be back.
My
back.
food's just in the air fryer. Maybe I'm like being overthinking all the stuff I'm having to do because I've already finished packing and stuff, but I'm just trying to be safe.
Oh, bruh, the chat.
What is going on?
No, I just saw one chat. And I'm like, oh, the IRL people's found my stream. So
no.
I just looked. I was like, wait a second, what?
I wonder which one it is.
No.
Yes.
Could it be?
No. Sea Monster, do your pitch.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, just kind of going off the cuff, because to be honest, I pretty much honestly, here's the thing. I was about to I think me and Lau were actually going to be sort of working on a script for a video I have coming up later tonight, but then I
We can do it tomorrow. It's fine.
Yeah, we're going to do that tomorrow because I pretty much completely forgot that the stream was happening. I would have prepared what I have a lot better than this. Let me put it this way. But so the pitch that I had with sort of a working title would have just been for something called Gamera Revengeance, I suppose. It's a working title. But
Metal Gamera Rising.
Okay, all right.
Rules of nature.
The backstory for it would be that Gamera, Gamera is kind of there were thousands of years ago, Atlantis did exist, and Gamera, as well as along with essentially is pretty much the last of his kind because there was other members of his. However, when Gamera was trying to save it from Atlantis from a swarm of gauss, that it was essentially getting annihilated, like genocide all across the board. With a swarm of gauss that are led by this big alpha gauss that is almost is pretty much a natural predator for Gamera's kind. When he drinks Gamera's blood, which is imbued by mana energy, the gauss becomes more and more powerful. But Gamera senses that mainly his parents, in particular, are getting killed suddenly by Jiger, and this kind of puts Gamera. And I pretty much wanted Gamera to not just have a personal rivalry with Gauss, but also something personal with Jiger. What I had in mind with Jiger would be is that she would be a cross between the Ferrocutus from Kong 05 and with a bit of a scorpion with some scorpion traits, especially with the tail. So so you have that, but Jiger pretty much sort of disappears before Gamera could even get to his parents on time. And they're all dead, essentially. And so Gamera's so Gamera just kind of essentially failed both his race and Atlantis, the people that he was supposed to protect. And so he's trying to but hoping against hope, he kind of goes off just searching for any more of his kind, but he is then forced to just sort of go into hibernation in the Antarctic. Flash forward to thousands of years later, there's like mana levels, going up higher more and more, and that kind of results in a reawakening of sorts, not just for Gamera but also for Jiger. Gauss takes a bit more time because he's kind of like living, because he's sort of been hibernating in like underground underneath Mount Fuji. Because he's kind of like, because like the heat makes him much more, like sort of like insulates it, like kind of insulates him in a way. But yeah, like Jiger wakes up first, and then Gamera wakes up. I also had in mind that there was like the story of like a high school girl who both her parents were, died like in tragic circumstances, but she's kind of like not dealing with her grief in the best way possible. And so she almost kind of like even when Gamera pops up and he's kind of like, and the world's kind of like responding as they would with any sort of like kaiju, which is, just be like not sure what to do at best, and at worst, like, just sort of like being somewhat hostile towards him, despite the fact that he doesn't really mean much harm to humanity at all. She finds like she kind of sees some kind of connection with him, but she can't quite put it. Like she's kind of like a Sagi, but a bit in certain ways. But she's starting to sort of develop that over time. And as the story progresses, it kind of she even has like an encounter with Gamera at one point, and it kind of starts to become clear like why she kind of like has like these sort of emotions for Gamera in a way, because she kind of understands his pain, ultimately, but that's kind of like the pain that she has, but things kind of start to come to a head when Gamera finds out that Jiger is not too nearby, but this girl is also like sort of caught in the middle. Like Gamera just like full on, like in a rage, like brutalizes Jiger to the point where she's just like pretty much dead. He fucks her up real good, but the girl is kind of like put in a coma because of the whole battle that was sort of happening. Like she narrowly survives, but she's she's comatose. And around that time is when Gauss pops up, who has been hibernating and had this good, and because of all the mana that's like in the like in the atmosphere, what have you, he's like starting to become like insanely powerful. Like he doesn't even need a swarm. Like he's pretty much like he can just hold his own. He's pretty much like unbelievably powerful, and so Gamera has to take him on, and it results in a very fierce battle. And the thing is, like with Gauss, what I had in mind is like he's pretty much actually immune to Gamera's fire abilities, considering that he lives near a volcano. He could just he could just be he's pretty much highly resistant to it. In fact, his wings, are pretty much immune. Like he could use his wings as a shield from Gamera's fire attacks. And so Gamera pretty much has to like use like some mana reserves, ultimately, in this like really deadly battle where but the girl is able to wake up and use her psychic connection to ultimately help Gamera in some way, shape, or form. And and I'm kind of and I would kind of have to workshop some of this ultimately, but basically, it results in Gamera being able to overpower Gauss, and in a way that's like literally just tearing him apart, essentially, because fire ain't gonna kill him, but something up, but ripping him to shreds would. And so, like, Gamera actually just uses uses mana energy, not in his fists, but in his claws, ultimately. So it's not even it's less fire and more of like sort of like plasma in a sense. Plasma that would just like cut through that could cut through like even the strongest of material, like a hot knife through butter, essentially. And so, yeah, and I pretty much even have like an idea of like if I were to do a sequel to it, because I mean, like the story would be intended to be, if I didn't have any ideas for where I could take the story next, I could have this be like a one and done thing where like Gamera and the girl, they've had their journeys, their emotional character arc things, what have you, come to like a resolution in this particular story. But if I wanted to workshop a sequel, it would either introduce an extraterrestrial threat, primarily a Guiron and the aliens from that, or introduce a new monster that would essentially be like a much older member of Gamera's species, but he's much more villainous, who's kind of like been around this whole time, but he's just kind of in line and waiting. But yeah, that is pretty much my pitch, essentially. I know it's not as detailed, but what do y'all think?
I mean, hey, it doesn't need to be detailed to be good. Like the basic stuff is pretty solid. And of course, you didn't really prep for the stream, unfortunately. That's one of the things that sucks is that like I don't have the consistent stream schedule, so it means like it's sort of whenever I do these. So as a result, not everyone's always able to plan for it or be here for these.
Yeah, and just life in general outside of this stuff could get in the way of it as well. But I've done but hopefully I did a sufficient enough job to be able to get the general. Like I even had this idea like sort of gestating in my mind while I'm doing other things. Like if I were to do a Gamera pitch, I think I would go in this direction.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty solid, and I don't know. I think like everyone's done, for the most part, a pretty good job of characterizing Gamera in a way where he feels compelling to the viewers just as much as the human characters themselves. But I like it. I would like to see you do more with this pitch myself.
Yeah. And as far as if anyone wanted to take any ideas or even some liberties of my idea for my take of Gamera, honestly, he would sort of be an amalgamation between 3 and Rebirth. Because I really love the sort of snappy turtle sort of aesthetic that he had going on with them. Like he's not as thick as Rebirth, like somewhere in between. Like I pretty much want him to look like he looks where he would look intimidating, but you at least still understand. Like you could pretty much at least have it to where the characters particularly the main girl in the story, to be able to relate to in some way and even sympathize with him, despite the admittedly scary exterior, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So basically, what Zim was doing,
right?
It's like different because like his is more focused on other monsters besides Gamera, while mine is primarily just
but like
Gamera.
design wise, basically what Zim.
Okay, gotcha. No, that's fair. Okay.
Yeah.
But no, I like it. I'd like to see more of it. And that leads us to, since I see Crew is still muted, Lau is muted. Minecraft, do you want to share yours now, or do you want to fill up the air?
Sorry, I had unmuted my mic, so I was like trying to speak, and I was like, "What's wrong?" But the thing is, I muted myself here, but my microphone was unmuted, so I thought it was fine. I just wanted to say that I like that these short ones have not been any like I don't feel like these two stories that we have between you and Nico. I don't like the fact that they're short, as Sim said, like it doesn't mean that they're bad, and you just like manage to capture what you're trying to do.
Right. Yeah, like the stories themselves wouldn't necessarily need to be short. It's just the pitches, really.
Yeah.
That's kind of like like broad strokes ultimately what I'm trying to do or what I would intend to do with the story.
Well, that might actually be something I want to put in the chat, or not in the chat, at least in the like a post tomorrow. Is would we want to see pitch streams be shorter or have more long and expansive ones? Because if we do shorter, that does mean more people can come on, but it also might mean like less detailed pitches for some people. So it's something that like is interesting, and it's good that someone brought it up here on the stream because it's something for me to consider for future ones.
Isn't this like the first time we get pitches that are like this short?
I think this is, yeah, this kind of is.
Yeah, and it was nice. Yeah. One thing I wanted to say is the short pitches, if we do more people, I think that would be nicer, but I also think that it's of course it's going to be like a variation thing. Like, for example, if you have like a shorter story, but then you want to go more in depth into like the themes and stuff like that, I guess you could also like make it a little bit longer, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but yeah, that's fair. Minecrafter, you filthy clanker.
Hi.
Do you want to do your pitch now, or do you want to wait till Kuru's back?
I think I'll wait till Kuru's back. I have everything I want. I feel like he should have his get out of the way because mine is 3 separate stories. I'm gonna try to keep them concise, but it's 3 separate films together.
Yeah. Well, no, that's fine because I mean, like, I can still we can. Has anyone else got Gigabash ready? Because we can do some matches in the meantime.
Fuck.
Procrastination time. Hell
Procrastination, kids. Let me just get mine loaded up.
You know,
and
the funny thing is, Kuru's here.
Sorry about that. Friggin' got my food done, then my dog is
Kuru,
like,
you ruined our procrastination.
You ruined it, boy.
And then my friggin' dog is like, pay attention to me and needs me to do something. So I'm just like,
Well, that's a priority.
Mm-hmm.
Dogs beat turtles. Ask a turtle.
Yeah. But they don't beat rabbits, though. Turtles beat rabbits. Dogs beat turtles. And
dogs would also kill a hare or a rabbit.
I'm trying to make rock, paper, scissors, damn it.
Shut up.
Actually, a canine would actually be more than equipped in that matchup against a large rabbit.
Actually, I win because Brick's ahead, okay?
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, huh?
I was already dropped on my head. I'm resistant to this shit.
If you ask me, cats beat all of them.
No, disgusting. Oh, no, never mind. I can't say that because of people. And there's people in chat, they'll probably get mad at me. I know.
Yeah. I mean, I get majority approval.
Minecraft died.
We lost the clanker. What's up, Wireback? You get a little disconnected right there. I was about
to pay their bills.
I was about to say Hingehead, but no, that's an elite slur. It's not for. That's not for them tin skins, as they say in these heroes.
So I guess
there he is, the beep boop back.
Okay, I have no idea what happened. My computer just froze for a second. And I thought I think it was Gigabash being pulled up.
It might have been, and then Kuru decides to come back like right now.
You know that's how it works.
The moment we're like, let's have fun. Let's enjoy ourselves. Kuru's like,
Kuru comes to ruin it.
Exactly.
Wow.
Look at your Kuru.
Riding a horse.
Well, what's it called? Because Kuru's not a true funphobe. He's like a minor funphobe.
Who needs to get off his high horse?
Did I just hear horse gooner stuff on my stream?
Where's the clanker shit?
Maybe
I would rather
maybe you didn't, but you will never know unless you play the game to be sure.
Oh my god.
Good. You know what they say? Ignorance is bliss, boy.
Oh my god.
Ignorance is bliss, boy. I don't want to be around none of them clankers either.
I would rather have the clankers than the horse girls.
Horse
Yeah,
girl. Would you rather
I'm-
have a horse son or a clanker boy? A clanker boy or a horse boy? No, a horse girl or a clanker boy. One of the two.
Minecraft died again.
Now Minecraft died again.
Minecraft.
Man, this is what happens when we allow clankers onto our stream. We got to accommodate for them. Got to make sure that their batteries are all tuned up.
You know, the funny thing is that I was actually, you know, like I knew that you were going to do the Gamera thing, but I like don't necessarily like Gamera to the point where I feel like I could write something and I couldn't really get any ideas. And actually, like 2005 inspired me a little bit. Like some of the stuff that he made was, you know, like now I'm thinking of the things I could do with Gamera.
Yeah, I think
I'm kind of more
Gamera-
casual about Gamera, but I think like, I could probably hash something out with him that's pretty neat.
Okay.
Yeah, Gamera has a lot of potential as a character to me. That's part of why I love him.
I can go ahead and get started if you want.
The moment I pull up the Gigabash is the moment you decide that you're ready, boy.
Well, I mean, I'm almost finished eating, but you know.
You boy, having a horse boy for a son.
You chewing your cud.
This is what life's come to now. I say.
Fucking hay eater.
Yeah, I'm. Yeah, I will be. What would your mother think? You ain't
It's
got
a
nothing to
horse.
say.
She's not a horse, she's a horse.
Don't talk about my mother, okay?
That's fair.
Okay.
But, Kuro, ready?
Yep. So I guess we'll just go over design since you already have them pulled up. Of the four, you can obviously Gamera, Gyaos, Guiron, and who in the bottom right, that's meant to be Iris.
Ooh.
I will go over them in order in which I drew them, starting with Gamera himself, who I took a lot from the Rebirth design and Guardian Arkveld from Wilds. And unintentionally, I found myself drawing a Gamera that very much looked Showa-esque, especially when you got to the head. As for Guiron, Gamera was probably the second hardest one to draw. The next one I did was Guiron, who is my favorite Gamera kaiju and continues to be, even more than Gamera himself. But the idea with Guiron is to make just an animal that would appear to be just a predator. Make this thing look like a hunter, that it's very low to the ground and it's very patient. But the idea was that it is also a prey animal in and of itself, because Guiron in this is an alien and is one of two apex organisms of the planet it's native to. The other, while not designed, is hinted at being Garasharp. And then Guiron was the one I probably had the clearest vision of drawing. As far as what the fuzz is in the back, because I know the image is very small, those are meant to be quills that it can shoot out, trading the ninja stars for functionally throwing knives. I general took a lot when it came to Guiron from stuff like Mongoose and the Rebirth design as mentioned previously, and Porcupines. And in general, Guiron was the one I had the clearest vision of, so he was the easiest to draw. The second easiest one to draw, ironically, was Iris. Despite being the most unsure of how to approach Iris initially, because I had no clue what I was going to do for Iris, but as I was developing it, I took a lot from Zoshia from Wilds, Gogmazios, and then birds. Because if you notice, Iris seems to walk and almost has a heron-esque stance, which was intentional. Iris serves as the primary antagonist for this story, and I'll get more into what its origins are and what that other rectangular-esque object is. Hint, hint, it's a railgun. Now, I think Iris would be the first design I go back and approach, maybe rework the legs, and then maybe rework the quote-unquote tail end, because I think there's something else I could do, but I'm generally quite happy with what I did for the monster I was the most unsure of. The hardest monster to draw was, ironically, the simplest one, that being Gyaos. Gyaos also had the least number of inspirations, with only the Showa and Heisei Gyaos, and also Seregios from Monster Hunter as well. I wanted to make Gyaos feel the most outwardly dangerous. And what I mean by that is that Gyaos is the monster that menaces the human characters the most frequently, as there are multiple Gyaos ranging from 35 meters all the way down to only 4 meters. And these are all meant to be different Gyaos of varying ages. And for reference, this is all taking place in the same universe that I have designed for Trago, which I have since renamed the story to Godzilla World of Hyperfauna. Any thoughts on the designs before I get into the pitch itself? Why is everyone dead?
I've said my piece on these. For rough sketches, I think the general idea and silhouette is pretty distinct.
I would say, like, out of these, I think Iris is the most interesting one I like the most. I think Gauss's design is probably my favorite, followed by Gamera, followed by Giron. Not that the Giron design's bad, I just think that even, like my own, I had an issue designing Giron where I felt like I wasn't taking too much from the Rebirth design. And I just feel like all three of these do something a little bit more unique, in my personal opinion.
I think that the Gyros is like the one I like the most. And then Iris is the most different one, but it doesn't feel like there's any problems with it. Like, actually, like a better interpretation of Iris. I think I haven't seen that before. It's not that I've seen many people that try to rework Iris anyway, but like this is the first time that I see something like that. It's kind of like that time that someone made Hedora into an owl. So I would like to see more of that, actually.
I feel like with like Legion or Iris, both of those monsters, whenever people redesign them, they stick pretty close to their original designs. Where with this one, I think that like the head is preserved, but like the body and everything else seems very different. But I feel like it in a way preserves what I like about Iris as a monster.
To me, like the core things that make it recognizable as Iris are the pointed head, the spear hands, the feet, and then tentacles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the wings.
That is
the tentacle wings, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. And this generally goes into sorry. Which is the story. Now, I've obviously shown what Godzilla looks like in this take. Now, Gamera and Gyaos are both creations of Atlantis, starting off pretty standard. However, Gyaos actually came first and were created because of the Atlanteans having foreseen a prophecy. They had begun to manipulate mana, or in their language it would be pronounced more as Muna, and their understanding of this technique was so great, they began to start foreseeing the future. Some of them foresaw the awakening of a almost devil, which would bring about the end of the world. To stop this, they pulled their resources together to create the Gyaos, which, while powerful, were not really capable of organized attack. They were very, not rabid, but not controlled. To this extent, the Atlanteans created what I simply just call the Fortress, which was a moving battleground that they were able to use, which kind of served as a control tower for the Gyaos. With this decision, they decided to expand and collect more resources to make more monsters to hunt down whatever this thing that they foresaw was. For reference, since it's not really relevant beyond it, but I think it's important to see, just to make it aware what this creature that they saw is. It's Ghidorah. However, as they expanded, the Gyaos began to die off, and interestingly, they were never able to find the bodies. Eventually, they see the culprit, the fallen star beast, Guiron, who had begun to eat the Gyaos, and saw them as a primary food source, as it had just retreated from its home planet due to what is established right now as reasons that are unknown, but it's clear that Guiron came up for its own survival. With this, Guiron is able to just take out entire hordes of the Gyaos with very little effort, due to just how easy they truly are to dispatch once you understand their weaknesses. Because outside of the supersonic scalpel, they really aren't all that hard to dispatch. They're lightly built and are generally just decided on as foot soldiers. And to this extent, the Atlanteans responded by creating Gamera, their vanguard. And Gamera was able to pretty easily take care of Guiron, forcing the monster to retreat. And together, the Atlanteans would use the Gyaos and Gamera to expand even further, with plans to make even more monsters, codenamed as Zetus, Zigra, and Virus, which would command the land, sea, and air respectively, with Gamera at the helm. And together, they were sure that they could find whatever this monster was and kill it before it could strike. However, it wasn't for naught. It was just not meant to be. Because the sheer amount of mana they used to create the Gyaos, to create Gamera, and that they planned to use to create Zetus, Zigra, and Virus, this void gave birth to a new monster, Nature's Black Knight, Batra. And with this, Batra immediately got to work. Much like how he is in the Heisei films, a far more violent counterpart to Mothra. And when awoken, mortally wounds Gamera before tearing through the hordes of Gyaos in order to see to it that Atlantis is razed to the ground. With nothing but the fortress and 50 Gyaos remaining, Batra uses its remaining power to seal away the Gyaos and the fortress before going to slumber itself. With no real remains to look upon, the only real surviving memory of this Atlantis is just what people remember about this civilization's conquest, which is just spoken of in memories and gives birth to what is essentially the modern day legend or myth of Atlantis. That was just the prologue. But any thoughts so far?
Yeah, no, that's pretty solid.
It's solid. I wasn't expecting Batra's, but since you did say it is part of like the same universe as your Godzilla story, I think it does make sense if you're going to include like essentially all the Godzilla monsters to include Batra.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like also that you're not just throwing a bunch of monsters into it, like you just pick the ones that make sense. Because like when they appear in the story, it's like like it means something. Like when I heard Batra, yeah, I also was like, holy shit, Batra. Like that was nice. They give their stuff too. Like I like how you use it.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, no, I think
In
I've already
general,
said.
for the
I think I've
first
already said
chunk
my
of
piece.
World of Hyperfauna, one sec.
In the meantime, while we wait for Kuru, wow, any ideas that you've come up with kind of for your Gamera pitch at all, or just kind of curious, or just more curious as what everyone else has brought to the table?
Oh no! As I said, I just wanted to talk to 2005 because I saw that he was nervous, and then I just never found a moment to leave that wasn't like awkward. So now I'm kind of here. But no, I don't have anything for Gamera. Like, nah.
I mean, hey, we always appreciate you.
Okay.
I guess before I continue with the next part of the story, yeah, a big thing I want to do with World of Hyperfauna is I am building up Ghidorah like crazy. As like the first real world-ending threat that Godzilla and the other monsters will have to face. So, cut to the modern day. We learn that mana as a substance is actually what sustains kaiju and allows them to reach their size and have the general dominion they have over the elements of the planet. Every single kaiju, from Mothra to Shimo to Ebera to Tiamat and Manda, live off of this stuff. And the reason why they were only now waking up is because a lot of mana was being flushed back into the world, which was just so happened to coincide with Godzilla's first appearance. This is all being presented by my take on Miki Sagusa, who is giving a lecture on the mana theory and the hyperfauna phenomenon, which refers to specifically the origins of the kaiju, that they come from specifically like high power individuals of the species, which are allowed to propagate in minor pockets and are able to survive mass extinction events, which is mentioned due to the fact that the beast that which is relevant due to the fact that Anguirus in this is actually based heavily off of Spicomelis, that new ankylosaur that was discovered recently. Another kaiju used to add credence to this theory is Baragon, which has a lot from synapsids and other things, and specifically the Placerius. And this is what Mickey is presenting. She makes note of one particular boy's interest in the subject, his name being Toru. And so we get more about the lecture from the two, and as he's continuing to ask questions as Mickey is wrapping the lecture up. After this, she gets messages from her team, which I'm just calling the G team right now, of some troubling reports happening outside of Hong Kong. And when they get there, it is like an entire village has just been devoid of people, with the only real remains being that of dung. Bird-like dung with someone's undigested clothes still remained in it, as an obvious nod to that scene in the first Gamera movie. Well, the first Heisei Gamera movie. As this progresses, eventually we get to the reveal of the Gyaos, where we see them actively menace the main cast as just primary threats that will remain consistent throughout the remainder of my story, as just consistent threats that the humans have to deal with directly, oftentimes through just whatever weapons they have. As more and more Gyaos begin to appear, obviously this catches the attention of the kaiju. And the weird part is they're not hard to dispatch. They just don't. Godzilla, Mothra, Anguirus, and the others just don't know where they're coming from. And it's like you kill more and two more just show up. Eventually, however, as this escalates, they deal with larger and larger species, before eventually it is revealed that Gamera has reawoken due to the presence of what are functionally its soldiers. During this, we actually get to see Gamera for the first time, at least what would be in a meta sense for the viewer, as we watch it use its whips instead of like arm blades. I've given it whips to tear through the Gyaos and disable a lot of them. It attempts to reason with some of them, but they just don't seem to respond to it, as Gamera unwillingly has to put some of them down. Of course, then this leads into a uneasy alliance with Godzilla and the others, which at first started with Godzilla and Gamera getting into a short fight, because that's just what Godzilla do. In general, after this point, I'm going to skip ahead a bit in the story because there's some other things that happen that I don't have fully developed yet, but Gamera remains a member of the cast for quite a bit, with the Gyao serving as a continually minor threat throughout the remainder of this series up until we get to Iris. Because Iris comes around due to one Gyaos in particular, the largest Gyaos we've discovered, which is 35 meters. It's believed that it just never died and is potentially one of the last of the original 50 that remains. However, it has been exposed to an rather unstable mutagen, this being the viral S. Now, I'm not going to say what that stands for, but Minecraft knows what it is. This has taken root deeply in the Gyaos, and it is clear whatever it is causing is a very deep pain, and it is agonizing for the Gyaos to go through this. As it continues to just flail about madly, it attempts to make it back to where it was sealed, just in some hope that maybe it'll find something there. As it digs through the wreckage, though, it's like the Gyaos dries out and dies next to the remaining quote-unquote carcass of the fortress. However, it did not die, but was instead mutated into something far worse, that being Iris. And with this, during the mutation process, some of the fleshing growth that was developing on Iris assimilates one of the railguns that was attached to the fortress into where its right arm would be, which is why it doesn't have both of those spear hands, but just one, and then a rail cannon. And this is obviously what gives rise to Iris, who is one of the most dangerous monsters in the series up to the point. requiring both Godzilla and Gamera in order to beat, as it seems to just keep summoning Yaos to the location in order to keep the other kaiju busy, so that Godzilla and Gamera are the only ones really able to fight it. However, it is clear that exposure to this mutagen is having a negative effect on Gamera. He is growing more irritable, more unhinged, more aggressive and violent. And this reaches a head to the point that when they finally land the killing blow on Iris, Gamera is uncomfortably brutal in how he goes about killing Iris, doing the whole plasma fist thing. But it's far more brutal of a fashion. He grinds Iris into the ground before really letting loose the full blast. It's clear that this is unsettling to the rest of the monsters, as they have not seen Gamera act like this up until this point. This is due to the effects of being exposed to the viral S. And with this, Gamera... Oh, one other thing that I forgot to mention. Early on, before Gamera arrives, it is set up that Toru actually grows a psychic connection to Gamera, much like how Zim does to his take on Gamera. However, this is a far more severe one. When Gamera is injured, Toru feels it. And in a lot of ways, when Gamera becomes severely injured, as in bleeding, it is reflected in Toru getting an injury in the similar fashion. And so during this, Toru is feeling his mind break from the influence of whatever this mutagen is. And it leads to Gamera making the hard decision with the last moments of sanity to cut the link and save Toru before completely succumbing to whatever this madness is, leading to the final fight being that Gamera has to fight unwillingly a former ally in Godzilla in a brutal fight that lasts what is shown to be hours, before eventually Gamera succumbs to his wounds over the course of the fight, being put down by Godzilla. But it is clear that Godzilla clearly did not want this, and did not want to kill who has become something of a friend. But he has to, due to the fact that he knows directly what caused it, swearing to Gamera that he will bring about an end to this plague and continue honoring Gamera's sacrifice by doing right by him, who was, by all accounts, one of his only friends. And with that, I will call it there.
Anyone got thoughts?
My mic keeps muting for some reason.
I just wanted to ask, is this like the plague from Primal?
No.
Okay.
I think it's interesting given everything you have said about your Godzilla. It's definitely, it feels like a character shift, but I would love to see where he goes as a character to get to that point where he views another monster like Gamera as a sort of friend. It's very interesting in my opinion.
Yeah, the character shift is, this is not late game, but this is after Godzilla has his shift, you could say.
His heel turn?
Yeah. The primary source of the heel turn is Biolante.
I think another one detail I really like, and I'm sorry, Kuru, but after Man in the Suit comments, I might have to steal this one from you. I like the idea of the battle fortress. There's a lot of mystery that just comes with the concept of essentially a mobile weapons platform to go in tandem with monsters. That I'd love to see what I could do with the concept, and I really like the mystery that it adds to your story.
I actually took the fortress idea from Gamera 2000, that PS1 game, because That's a major level. Is the final boss of that game starts as like a fortress which you and Gamera have to destroy before it becomes this like hyper mix of like Hyper Gyaos and Iris.
I gotta say, it's pretty ballsy too. I'm sorry.
I gotta say, look up Gamera 2000. It's interesting.
Oh no, I've looked up Gamera 2000. I'd say like I think of it in like the same way as I think of like Godzilla Godzilla Generation's Maximum Impact, where it's got like a lot of interesting ideas, and it's a game that like not a lot of people talk about. I'd say less so for Gamera 2000, especially since you don't even play as Gamera.
If I can pretty much like interject, I will say it is a ballsy move to kind of have like a story where Godzilla and Gamera are in it, and the two of them fight, but it's not because like they necessarily want to. It's because Gamera was sort of influenced by an outside force, to where he becomes very hostile, and Godzilla, pretty much has to like put him down, like he's sort of like, as pretty much like a mad, like a rabid dog. Essentially,
that was the if you've
like
played
to have
Wild-
Gamera die in a way that's not even like a heroic sacrifice, but really just. And like if there's like a lead up to it, like there was actually like other stories that were sort of building up to this, it would certainly be a controversial move for in the eyes of like Gamera fans, no doubt. But I definitely think it would be really like like it would definitely have like a real strong emotional crescendo to that would be very effective and would have like a ripple effect for stories to come that could really build off of this in a really meaningful way.
Gamera represents in a lot of ways at this point in the narrative what Godzilla has been trying to be. Just after his heel turn, after what Mothra has been trying to instill in him finally sticks, it's clear he's trying to, for lack of a better term, be a better person. But it's very difficult when people still generally hate you, rightfully so. And in general, you're still just not trusted. But Gamera seems to take it all in stride compared to Godzilla. But
I think also like since Gamera's been around longer, that he's able to have actualized himself more than Godzilla has, given I think, as you said, Godzilla's like a much like younger kaiju by comparison based on when he was created.
yeah, like compared to the rest, like when the series wraps up, Godzilla is like only 200 years old. But that's like the very late epilogue that I have in mind. Whereas the rest of the kaiju have been around for, at the minimum, thousands, at the most, literally millions, hundreds of millions of years for some of them, like Shimo and Baragon. I knew from the start I wanted to do something with an antagonistic Gamera, and I worked with Minecraft to make an idea of a Gamera that would like lose his mind. To what the influence is, which grows into what is the secondary rivalry of the series between Godzilla and the progenitor of the viral S. I might give a hint as to what it is just by giving off a single word. The S in viral S stands for Shin.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yes, so yeah, I guess that's a little hint. Shin Godzilla and Godzilla exist as different entities in this take.
It's interesting. I'm interested to see what you do with having quite literally two Godzillas. And they're actually Godzillas, not Godzilla and Zilla. So good.
Well, Zilla still exists in this take, but it is a very different animal.
Total Zilla death.
To be fair,
Yeah.
Shelter 54 did the, kind of
Yeah.
had that.
Yeah, but it was like a Violante version, right?
Yeah, well,
I think.
yep. I mean, still technically
think
Godzilla
Lost
DNA.
I think Lost Utopia hinted at bringing -1 as a separate character.
Yeah.
And also, like IDW did it with Galvatron and Megatron. You know, like Megatron normally gets taken by Unicron, and then he gets turned into Galvatron. IDW just said, "Let's make them two separate characters," and it worked really well. So I like when people do that.
In general, I want Gamera's death to very much feel like Godzilla's just like, I did not want this. I know none of us did, but it had to be done, and it just increases Godzilla's resolve to erase Shin Godzilla's influence from this world that, for lack of a better term, he has grown to care about, even if he doesn't want to admit it just yet. As think I've made clear from other ideas for World of Hyperfauna, Godzilla is in many ways the primary character. So it's his arc that is in a lot of ways driving things, and I do have human characters, and they aren't minimized, but I want to make it clear that this is Godzilla's story. And have Zim, I know I've seen you play it on Discord. Have you do you know of Knight Artorias?
Yes, I have. I know everything about Artorias.
Yes, Artorias, story-wise, was a big inspiration for this take on Gamera.
And just like sort of his like his motif or his story.
His story, that the idea of like this legend, this literal living legend who has just been corrupted beyond any repair by the influence of a monster. But in his last act of sanity, Artorias chose to save Sif, Gamera chose to save Toru.
Okay, I like it. That, you know what that means though? You have to do a corrupted version of Gamera in the Knight Artorias pose, so you can pair them alongside Artorias and Guts.
You act like I wouldn't be willing to get better at drawing so I could do that.
Do it.
But that was, in general, where I was going with that. It seems generally well received, if a little unorthodox.
Yeah.
I like the idea of the imagery of Gamera actually being allies with the Gyaos for one. Like, at least that was the idea at first.
Like, it would be really interesting to see like just like a bunch of Gyaos like perched on his shell and just sort of waiting there, and then like sounding off a roar, and you see it like a swarm of them just flying off of his back.
Yeah,
it like gives like gives you like Dracula Untold vibes in terms of like the imagery I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it a night here.
Okay.
Any questions about this? Any like thing that you're curious about?
I think I've got all my questions sorted. I'm just excited to see where you kind of go with it further, especially because you really want to make it a like widespread universe and you're connecting it to your Godzilla project.
Yeah. I know if I'm to show more of this universe, ideally the next would be to showcase the monsters in Wave 1, as it is called, which indicates the first bunch of kaiju that are awoken. Which I guess I can go ahead and tease just who they are, just to kind of drum up at least some kind of hype for what I'm doing. Godzilla, obviously. Mothra and Anguirus. Baragon and Scylla, Zilla and Shimo, Ebira, Manda, and Tiamat.
Interesting. Well, what's it called? It's a combination of both Toho and MonsterVerse stuff. So it'd be interesting to see what you do to sort of combine all of those mythoses together. Which is why you need to do more stuff on the YouTube channel, boy.
What are you talking about?
You need what's it called? You need to do what Lizardkick's been doing and do some postings there.
Do you have any idea how much college has like just dragged me off by my ankles?
Boy, I'm in a master's program. I know.
I don't have time, and I'm barely keeping myself together mentally as it is.
Hey, I'm back.
What's it called? Get some more horse love. I can get you a body pillow if that like relieves the stress.
Gross.
Anyways,
Yeah,
see you have to
Karoo,
go.
if you haven't been using all your time on Uma Musume, you would have this as a YouTube series by now.
Hey, see, there you go. Second, perfect.
That's true.
You're
Yeah.
one to talk.
Refuse the
What are you
horse,
talking
embrace the
about,
turtle.
Minecraft?
Yeah. Refuse horse, embrace turtle.
You know what's gonna be funny? If I just put the brakes on World of Hyperfauna, the next pitch stream I say, you know what? I've run out of patience. Godzilla x Uma Musume.
The moment I hear
no,
"ooh"
no.
release from your horse-loving mouth, the beating that you will receive will be tantalizing, boy.
Vosh wants to know your location.
Vosh wants to know your
Oh
location.
no!
You will
Something,
never.
something, Officer Earl.
No, it's worse than that. Karoo is going to be visited by the greatest officer ever, Thaddeus Thundercock. Sir, license and horse registration, please. My what? He's resisting!
License and registration. Yo, Peter, I'm getting some reports that you have a horse girl in your premises.
I'm gonna have to put her down, send her to the glue factory. You know what I mean.
Get your hands off the horse girl.
I did not.
Get
have
out of the
rela-
van.
I did not have relations with that horse.
You got the president wrong. You sound,
You know,
like
imagine,
JFK. It's supposed to be Clinton. I did not have sexual relations with that horse,
you know,
but she
imagine,
told me I had a horse.
Imagine a van instead of free candy it says free hay.
No. Free carrots. It's supposed to be free carrots.
Free carrots and sugar.
Free sugar cubes, yeah.
Yeah, free sugar. I got a little
Anyways,
sugar for
I
you,
am
man.
ending this conversation by saying last Monday happened. Where's my camera pitch?
No, no. What are you talking about, Minecraft? It never happened.
Last
Oh yes,
Monday
it
definitely
did happen.
happened.
We have the evidence.
Okay.
Not true.
So, Gamera pitch time for me. I'm the last one here doing this. So,
Do you want me to go
as-
to the posters first, or keep it on this
I
thing?
can talk about the designs first. So,
Okay.
as you all may know, I have been working on a trilogy of Gamera stories, at least a concept trilogy of Gamera stories of what I would want to do with Gamera himself, and his rogues gallery. And I've shared these designs, I think, twice or three times before across the ZCU. So, yeah, I think I'm incredibly happy with these. I've done some reworkings on specifically Gamera. Mainly, I added some armor pieces on the legs and made the shell significantly larger. But yeah, so I obviously I think you guys have already shared your thoughts on these. So let's get into the stories themselves. Poster one, please.
And what's behind curtain number 1?
Okay, the posters, all 3 teasers posters that I've made, I have hinted at each design in the back for our main antagonist as well as our characters. The only one missing here is Gauss, and that is primarily because he is not he's not our major antagonist. He's a side villain that reoccurs across all 3 films. So our first film begins with a mining operation that discovers Gamera. Gamera awakens and flees, and later later footsteps are found leaving the area. Human footsteps. We next meet our protagonist. I don't have his last name, but his first name, Kenny, and his brother, Jason. Basically, my idea with this is is a nod to pretty much the history of Gamera and his legacy. And so having our protagonist be Kenny is a fitting choice. Their parents have recently passed away, and they have moved to Japan to live with their uncle, who is a military general. In fact, he is probably one of the highest ranking military officials in international collaboration. Kenny is distraught. His younger brother Jason has seemed to gotten over everything, but Kenny is dealing with a lot of things at the moment, especially the move. He feels out of place because of school, because of not just school, but literally living in a new foreign location that he has barely visited. And so he's readjusting. However, at school, he meets a friend of his, Ayana. This will obviously play a role later. Later we encounter our overarching human antagonist. I've not named her, but she is functional. She is, for lack of a better term, a sorceress, and she heads to Australia and awakens Zadus, who goes on a rampage through Sydney, eating people, including Ayana's older brother, who was studying abroad. Ayana is obviously very distraught by the situation alongside her father. As we learn more about who they are, Kenny soon discovers a man in the woods living outside of their house, and they interact for a bit. Kenny forms a close bond with him, later they head down into town to run some errands when Gauss shows up, another creature reawakened in Australia by the sorceress. And Gamera, in turn, makes his presence known. The two clash, and ultimately Gamera ending up victorious, but soon disappearing. And something about Gamera feels very familiar. Side note, this fight ends with Gamera eating fire, which in here comes across as instinctual, something that he has never really done before. Later, we see the man himself, and we learn that man is Gamera. Gamera has the capacity to change from a kaiju to a human being. This will get explained in the second film. And Kenny comes up to the guy and realizes just what the audience has learned, or at least what has been stated prior. And the two start forming a close bond. Meanwhile, in the Marshall Islands, the United Nations engage in combat against Zadus, who is making a beeline towards Japan. He's searching for something, or more accurately, someone. You know who. So the military puts up an effort, but Zadus completely wrecks their shit. It's not even a competition. Zadus just levels everything. We get more human stuff. Gamera introduces himself to the rest of the family, though they don't know he's Gamera. And the military is somewhat untrustworthy, is a little bit untrusting of Gamera at this moment. And so they but they can't exactly figure out anything. Mostly they're just focused on dealing with the other creature. And some more stuff happens. Zadus makes landfall and begins to attack their hometown. Gamera recognizes Zadus and
and he makes his presence known. The military is hesitant, trying to fight both of them, but Gamera is really, his priority is trying to get Zetas out of here and dealt with. The two have history, and Zeta soon overpowers Gamera and continues on his rampage. That night, the sorceress visits Kenny and Ayana, who are dealing with everything, and Gamera soon gets his resolve to deal with Zetas. The first one is the least fleshed out, but yeah. The two engage in a secondary confrontation. Gamera, now knowing exactly what to do, he forces Zetas out of the city, out of like the general populated area, into the mountains, and the two engage in a brutal confrontation, ultimately ending with Zetas' tongue being ripped out, but Zetas overpowering Gamera again. The military decides to come to Gamera's aid for once, and Gamera standing up absorbs the fire from the area around where he missed Zetas, and unlocks an infernal form. Basically, he sets his body on fire, and he's pissed. And so Zetas gets a massive ass whooping, getting burned and seared alive as he's panicking, and ultimate ending with Gamera ripping off his arms, breaking his leg and tail, and snapping his neck while burning him alive. So Gamera roars in victory, our human characters celebrate, and Gamera is accepted as a part of Kenny's family, ultimately becoming a secondary father figure to him. The main theme of this story, the main theme of the overarching trilogy is, what does it mean to be human? This one is learning from the past. And before I go to the second one, any thoughts?
I love how you made one of your main characters Kenny, and we all know the history about Kennys.
One thing I thought in my head was Levi just screaming Kenny from Attack on Titan.
I'd imagine like the uncle character screams that at one point as he's running. And yes, Kenny would shout Gamera's name, but mostly, but not a million times. It would mostly be him just cheering him on in battle during the finale.
Gamera, no!
All I'm saying is if this ever got off the ground, human Gamera is about to become a Tumblr sexy man.
Oh,
no! Wait till we get to Parasharp!
No. You know, they did it to Nosferatu. They did it to Frankenstein. No.
I mean,
no.
Wait, I would have this Gamera be a little bit older and more regal. So
you think that'd stop them?
I don't care.
Minecraft is going to encourage it.
I don't care. But yeah, no. Most of Gamera also doesn't have the capacity to speak. So most of our interactions with him would be visual. So yeah.
Even the comments are like, "Oh dear God, no."
Yeah, no. I apologize in advance. But yeah, Zetas as the first antagonist. Zetas is another one of my favorite Gamera kaiju. The entire roster is comprised of my favorite Gamera kaiju. Zetas especially, I really wanted to give some recognition. It was either him or Barugon, and I decided Barugon would be a bit too intense for our first antagonist. So Zetas. And also I like Zetas more. And designing Zetas was actually pretty tricky. So I wanted him, because in life, I'll get to that, Zetas was a rogue, basically. A character that went rogue. And I wanted to give him a sort of sleek, assassin-esque feel in a similar way to something like Infinite. Yeah. In fact, Sonic actually helped me a lot. Like the Sonic roster helped me a lot with how I designed these characters. So
You're too slow.
You're too slow. You're too slow.
At least, unlike Infinite, Zetas isn't a bum.
yeah, no, Zetas actually does some ass kicking.
I'm not weak.
The crazy thing, I think that fight would actually be pretty close.
Oh, I forgot to ask. What does Garrett Sharp's human form look like?
Don't you even
I have not
say
designed
anything.
them. I have not designed their human forms.
You know why? Because the Clanker hasn't saved up enough credits for the Super sexy human forms.
No. He has money, but let's just say they have a spider problem.
Oh God!
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Anyway, let's get to film 2, shall we?
Yes, let's go to movie 2.
So, film 2 opens up with Gamera in the past, or at least his human form in the past, as we tease at him creating the monsters themselves with Gara Sharp and their son. Yes, this film is about love in the present.
Wait, Garashop has a son?
Gamera and Gara Sharp have a son.
So Garashop is a
You're
girl?
not helping your case, Mike.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
How would
I'm
that work?
embracing it. Shut up. But
degenerates like you belong on a cross.
Oh my!
I'm a weirdo. Anyways,
Ask something
Film
about that,
2.
like
Film 2. After that tease, we cut to a similar mining operation, to a similar archaeological exploration in the deep sea, which uncovers where Mecha Gamera is gonna be, and which is a towering seal, for lack of a better term, a prison. Gamera, and then we later see inscriptions of Gara Sharp, and from that seal, she escapes. Later, we cut to Gamera helping the military against a larger Gauss that is causing havoc. Step 2, I envisioned the sequence to have Guardian of the Universe by Oxygen Destroyer playing in the background as well. So, yeah, nod to the fans. One sec. Someone's knocking.
All right, I'm going to hop off here. I'm not going to leave the StreamYard just yet in the case that I get back before it wraps up. But if not, I guess this is where I will see y'all. But just leave me on in case.
okay.
Sorry, wanted to let y'all know beforehand.
Wait, I just wanted to ask one thing when he comes back. So Gamera and the other guys you have a kid, right? Did I get that right?
Yes.
Did they have it in human form or did they have it in kaiju form? And can they both transform into humans? Can they both think?
I think he established they could both transform into human forms.
Okay. And
yeah,
did they have it in human form or did they do it in kaiju form?
Honestly, do you really want to
Did they
know?
get freaky or?
Are you guessing the sexes? Because they had a son before the whole kaiju stuff.
Oh yeah, wait, Lau, way to assume Gamera and Gara Sharp's gender. Come on. That's not very
Gara
PC.
Sharp is very explicitly female.
No, I wasn't saying that. I was asking if they did it in kaiju form or in human form.
Human.
Okay.
They had a son before the whole kaiju stuff.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay.
So basically, after that introduction, we catch up with Kenny and Ayana and and Jason and their family. Human stuff. Another thing that I want to have is a running thing where in this universe, Shusuke Kaneko owns a DVD store, and he has ambitions of creating a film. This will get paid off in the third movie. But from that, we're exploring town. We see we get more catch up, and then Gara Sharp shows up. She starts running amok,
less rampagey and more so, where the shit am I? Gamera goes to intervene, and the two, they don't recognize each other, but there is a sense of familiarity. However, that familiarity does not stop the two from throwing hands, or at least metaphorically speaking. Gamera literally. But Gara Sharp is eventually chased away, and then Gamera remembers, oh shit, what have I done? The two soon find each other in human form as Gara Sharp adjusts to everything.
I brace myself.
Shut the fuck up. The two soon find each other, and a sense of familiarity comes across them. Kenny also learns of Gara Sharp's whole ordeal. Meanwhile, Ayana's father has been dealing with the whole, my son who was studying abroad was killed by Zetas. This is an entire full plot point. And at night, he's visited by the sorceress. Also, throughout the film, we're visiting like a different kaiju museum, which has been built up. We start learning more about these creatures, and I will get to that once we introduce Mecha Gamera. But yeah, so Gamera decides, now that he's been living here for what would be a time skip of 2 years, is to introduce Gara Sharp to this new world, or at least what he has learned of it. And so, in a montage, they take each other around town, do interesting couple things, and soon find themselves staring at the sunset. Gamera and Gara Sharp, both of which, I'd imagine Gamera now speaks with sign language. Gara Sharp is slowly learning that, but Gara Sharp is concerned about like Gamera's memories, what happened, and basically all of that. They're not ready to continue. Later, we find Ayana's father in the temple. He was in the prison where Mecha Gamera is held, and he's guided by the sorceress and is instructed to pilot Mecha Gamera and awaken him. And so Mecha Gamera awakens. And with that, I would like to explain what we learn of this thing. Because he sees Mecha Gamera's past via connection to him, and we learn what basically powers the kaiju. Or a chalcum. It's an interesting substance. It's an interesting substance created from the Earth's natural elements that functionally exists in all states of matter. It is capable of allowing organic matter to survive and even infuse it with properties that are, for lack of a better term, magical, which explains why Gamera can manipulate fire. But it also is able to create life in an inorganic fashion. When ancient Atlantis first discovered this, they created Mecha Gamera, or at what they first called the prototype. However, it went rogue, and so the kaiju started being created. Gauss was a test subject. That was a test with organic matter that was controlled at first, but later we'll learn went terribly wrong. And so the kaiju, as bioweapons, were created to combat Mecha Gamera and other similar forces. With Gamera obviously being the spearhead to their operations. Gamera himself was actually the first, and is objectively the strongest, made to be the leader of an army. And so Mecha Gamera was thwarted and sealed away, for lack of a better, cut off from any and all access to Orichalcum for thousands of years. Orichalcum is powered by life energy, for lack of a better term. And humans specifically have enough to give a creature of that size the capability to exist, to live. However, Mecha Gamera is inherently mechanical in nature. He has destructive instincts to him, but
he's more so operating like a machine akin to Metal Sonic. And so he heads out. And so he, for lack of a better term, he leaves. Ready as he rises up, he moves himself around, tests him still being alive, and flies off to find the creature that sealed him. Ayana's incredibly distraught at the fact that her father has gone missing, and this new creature, for lack of, not even creature, is around. And so Gamera goes to confront Mecha Gamera, and the two are basically equals. Ultimately landing the confrontation in a suburban area just outside of I think not Kyoto. It's in northern Japan. I need to do some more research on like the whole mapping area. Meanwhile, Gara Sharp, who I forgot to mention, Gara Sharp also has the capacity to control, like, to amplify Orichalcum's capabilities, and hers are more sonic, like, electric in a manner, hence the whole stinging and sound wave thing. And so, Gara Sharp finds herself in Gamera's, like, hideout, where she finds depictions of his memories. The kaiju themselves, Orichalcum also has adaptive properties, and so after a long time, the kaiju have, for lack of a better term, merged with their human bodies and are allowed to shift between the two. Some don't choose to, Zetas. In fact, Zetas, Gara Sharp, Gauss, Gamera, and Iris are the last few remaining. We shall explain Iris in detail, or at least in due time. But, yeah.
I hate to interject, but can the Gauss also go into human forms?
No.
Oh. I was going to say, are they like homeless tweakers or something?
But, like, Gauss was, just Gauss was a test on random organic matter. Or hell, even bats. But yeah, Gara Sharp eventually makes a resolve to go find Gamera. And I haven't really gotten into much of the human stuff because I haven't developed to that side all that much, but like I'd imagine a subplot with like Jason and Kenny and like how their relationship has been affected by all of this. So because the core theme is love, and it's not even just romantic, it's platonic and familial as well, and the lengths we go to for it in the present. And then, so yeah, Gamera is still fighting Mecha Gamera. He has been severely worn down, whereas Mecha Gamera is standing tall. And Gara Sharp soon shows up, facing Mecha Gamera head on as a 2v1 commences. Gara Sharp's abilities actually counteract Mecha Gamera's Orichalcum very significantly, allowing Ayana's father to actually like fight back mentally against this thing. But soon they're both overpowered, but Gamera unlocks one more ability. Going infernal form and channeling his ability into one fiery beam from his chest, which is a counter to Mecha Gamera's Orichalcum beam. The two engage in a beam clash, though Gamera cannot do this. Though it's established that Gamera cannot do this without risking basically going kaboom. But Gara Sharp's stabilization and manipulation abilities for Orichalcum allow him to stabilize this form and ultimately overpower Mecha Gamera, short-circuiting him and then slicing him in half in the same way that he did to Giron in Rebirth. Ayana's father is taken out of the capsule, but he is severely injured, both
and for lack of a better term, comatose. Ayana is obviously very distraught on this, but in the end, the two rejoice, and soon Garasharp and Gamera reunite in the forest at night, and their love resumes. Not in the intimate
Get it on,
but just
love conquers all.
The two sharing a moment. Film 2 ends with a teaser for Iris. Before I get to film 3, where are we at?
I love how we're still hyper focused on like, do the others change into humans too?
No.
You know, like Gaia should be like a hot god mommy. Just saying, all of them should be hot god
Somebody's
mommies.
gonna do that. I don't care.
And they all
apologize
need to be
again.
unstable. I need to say I can fix her, or else it's not Gaia.
I sincerely
Somebody's gonna turn
apologize.
Garrett
Minecraft.
Lamia.
I need to know, what are the measurements?
Oh my fucking
I
God.
know you have them in your head. You sneaky little rat. Tell me.
By
Tell me.
measurements, you mean the kaiju size, right? Right?
That's not what he's saying. That's not
You know
what
what I mean, boy. I know you have both measurements there.
Okay.
I still need to Anyway, see.
Is she the size of an average human mother?
C has to go, right? Is that it?
Yeah,
I
I
had
was
left
hoping,
a while ago.
yeah, I was hoping that I was going to be able to do some showing before I leave, but then we just kind of jumped into the Minecraft's pitch.
I'm
sorry.
Chill.
Okay. I have a video on Godzilla vs. Destroya that's on the way. Hope it'll be done before the year is over. December 6th, going to be a Kong 05 discussion stream. Going to be talking about Peter Jackson's King Kong. And that's going to be, to commemorate that movie turning 20 this year. Follow me on YouTube, follow me on Twitter. Basically Sea Monster both ways. So yeah, this is your Sea King here, Sea Man. Signing out.
Ocean Man.
Sea Monster,
Good
before you go, just before you go to sleep, check on the Whip channel, something that I'm making for the thumbnail, possibly. I
Oh
don't know if
yeah.
you've seen it.
Oh yeah, for the video that we're working on the writing portion of, right? Yeah. All right, I'll take a look.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, folks.
Bye.
Peace.
Also, Atomic Convoy in chat saying, who says, in the jungle, the money, or so.
No, but I would like to shout out Atomic Convoy's other comment. Giving the kaiju human forms is a cool idea. I have a habit of this. In a lot of ways, I was thinking, this is too similar to Neas. This is too similar to Neas. This is too similar to Neas. And then I just decided to run with it because fuck you. Because fuck you, it's my story. I can do it. And also, I just feel like, hey, maybe I could take a different approach with this concept. So
I need to see an Animorphs cover style illustration.
Oh, I'm gonna probably do that once I design them.
So
Xavius
Minecraft
doesn't do it.
size.
Iris works differently. Iris works in a similar manner to
Size.
Mechagamera, though we'll get to
Size
him.
does matter.
Yes. In this case, yes.
From
So
Sim's
reference-
favorite movie.
Reference.
So, for reference, Gamera is 60 meters tall in kaiju form.
I don't care about the turtle. I want to know about the snake.
Garasharp
Is she
roughly
flexible
9
in
meters
human form too?
tall.
I think we're gonna move on
roughly
before
9
this
meters
stream
Can
gets
she unhinge
demonetized.
her jaw?
Are you gonna shove that up your asshole?
I just love the fact that I know there's at least 2 women watching this.
I don't have any regrets.
All right, movie 3. Movie 3. Come on.
Let's get to movie 3. Okay, this one is about loss and death
in the future. It's inevitability.
Is this loss?
Shut the hell up! Anyways, so
yeah, I bet that reference.
Film 3 opens with the destruction of Atlantis, or at least Gara Sharp and Gamera leading their son out to the evacuation ports, as we get a tease of Iris in the distance. Other kaiju, such as Giron, Barugon, and Manga, are facing him in the background, and so, like, the last evacuation ports leave as the children and other supervisors of Atlantis are getting everyone out of the place while Iris is being dealt with. It's that apocalyptic sequence as Gara Sharp and Gamera in their human, like, as their human counterparts go to suit up and fight against Iris in the battle to defend Atlantis, which we know where this goes. Basically, later in the future, we cut to another military confrontation with a swarm of Gyaos this time. The last swarm of Gyaos. And with this, Gamera, Gara Sharp, and world militaries face off against this giant swarm. Ultimately prevailing in glorious fashion. Later we cut to the Kenny is now more grown up. We establish who these are to Kenny and his family. We establish who they are. We establish where they've been. Ayana has grown more cold and distant, but she and Kenny have started a relationship. The brothers' bonds have formed closer, and they've gotten some other friends along the way. Gamera and Gara Sharp have gotten closer, and Kenny meets up with the two alongside Jason. Gamera has significantly grown in age, same with Gara Sharp, and the two understand that maybe that they don't know why, probably because of Orichalcum taking its toll, or because of some other reason, but death is coming soon. And so, but Kenny is in denial of this because of, the whole, my parents died before, I don't want to lose another one, so I'm just going to deny that everything's going to be fine. Thing. And, we get more establishment of their relationship. Gamera and Gara Sharp have a moment where even they're concerned about losing each other. Like, they have this confidence, but they know that something's going to go wrong. Ayana soon encounters our sorceress, and our sorceress, whom we get to learn more of here, is basically a human woman who was mentally broken in every way possible.
I can fix her.
Or Chalcom, and functionally got magic powers, was able to cheat death, and was responsible for the creation of Iris, and in part the destruction of Atlantis. She manipulates Ayana into believing Gamera is the reason that her father is in such a state, and blaming Gamera for her brother being dead, her father being the way that she is, and just everything being in this way. She thinks that part of it is wrong, but there's also that part of her that can't stop it. And we soon continue forward. More human stuff happens, and later we meet Ayana heading down to the Mariana Trench, or at least what we know as the Mariana Trench. At the bottom is a vault, not a seal, a vault, holding the creature that threatens to doom civilization as
not civilization, not even just that, life on this planet as we know. Gamera and Garasharp have a dream about Iris, or at least a vision of Iris reawakening in a panic as we learn about Iris and the destruction of Atlantis. With intercut with Ayana being forcefully entered as she sees Iris's memories and his intent, and she's terrified. Basically, in the last days of Atlantis basically pulled an attack on Titan and fell into civil war between the kaiju. Some chose the side of the sorceress, some chose the side of the kingdom, and Iris was created in its stead. The sorceress has a hatred for humanity, a vehement, irrational hatred, partially because of the whole mental stuff, but also absolute power corrupts absolutely. And she decides, fuck you, I'm going to burn this world to the ground. And so Iris is a doomsday weapon. And it was unleashed in the last days of Atlantis. Both sides of the Civil War decide to put their differences in order to, stop this whole end of the world thing. But most of the kaiju don't make it. Gamera himself...
Oh shit, we lost Vic.
No. Gamera himself almost dies just sealing Iris away. As the resulting battle creates the Marianas Trench, which has only grown deeper as time has progressed. But now, Iris's turn awakens. The water of the Marianas Trench parts slowly as Iris begins to activate. Ayana beginning to fight this thing, trying her best to slow its activation as a storm cloud arises above. World militaries had to stop it, and do their best to hold Iris off as he rises slowly but surely, but nothing can be done. The storm forms around, the storm growing bigger, the water turns violent as Iris decimates everything in its path. Ayana desperately trying to hold it back. Iris soon makes his way to Kenny's hometown and begins to go on a rampage, killing everything in its sight. As Gamera and Garasharp go to stop it, the two terrified but trying their best to hold its own, and even then even with Ayana holding its power back, Iris in a weakened state, it is clear that that he is incredibly dangerous, and that they are not going to be taking him down easily. And ultimately, he manages to pin Gamera down, tries to strike a killing blow, but instead swings for Garasharp's neck, piercing her and taking her life. Gamera goes infernal and tries to rip Iris a new one, but Iris ultimately puts him in his place, beats him to near death, as Gamera only has one choice: retreat. Iris then continues rampaging across Japan, making its way down towards Kyoto. Gamera is thoroughly just mentally broken as everyone is taking the process as processing everything, especially Garasharp's death. Iris is slowly growing more and more powerful, and with the help of Kenny, Gamera takes the resolve to finish this fight, with both understanding that the possibility of death is very likely, if not inevitable. We cut at Kyoko as a military advance tries its best to stop Iris, failing in every possible way. And so in the darkest moment, a fireball strikes Iris in the chest as Gamera stands up for his last fight. He knows that the odds are against him, but he's going to do everything that he can to finish it, to avenge Garasharp and to save Ayana and the rest of the world in turn. Ayana is aware of everything that's going on, but she tries her best to hold Iris back, to let Gamera do everything in his power to stop her, and ultimately, the fight is hard on Gamera, but he soon pulls the same move he did on Revenge of Iris and rips Ayana out of Iris's chest, crippling the creature. Ayana is incredibly weak. In fact, the maneuver has not allowed her to walk, has basically stopped her ability to walk entirely. However, the sorceress, pissed, decides to take matters into her own hands for once, reactivating Iris, making it more dangerous and more powerful, though still incredibly weak from the hefty blow that Gamera gave. Gamera, knowing exactly what he needs to do, stands in front of Iris as he looks back at Kenny, nodding. They both know exactly where this is going. Gamera goes infernal, unleashes his Orichalcum beam, sets his fist and mouth on fire as he stomps forward, a bright smile on his face as he comes to terms with everything that he's been through, the life that he's lived, the lessons he's learned, and the love that he's given, not just to Garasharp, but to now his surrogate sons, his surrogate family, and everyone else around him. And in one glorious, blinding fashion, he unleashes all of his power into Iris, incinerating him and the sorceress alive. And Gamera, in one last victory, ashen and out of energy, roars into the sky and collapses in death. Everyone takes a moment to grieve, to salute, and to process what just happened. We get a moment of epilogue as everyone comes to terms with everything, as our story begins to wrap up. Later, about 2 years afterwards, we see our characters, this is the payoff to the Kaneko stuff, watching a movie inspired by Gamera's legacy. Dojira versus the Xanon invaders. Giant monsters all out attack. And afterwards, a statue of Gamera and Garasharp is unveiled in the center of Tokyo, honoring their legacy, their sacrifice in ancient Atlantis as a culture. We cut later to 10 years in the future, Kenny and Ayana, with a son of their own, visiting the statue itself. As we pan up to the sky, and credits roll.
And then this plays.
Nope.
In the end, What I've Done plays.
Nope. I actually have the song that I want. Galaxies by Owl City. The song that I personally associate with Gamera.
Okay, now I have to look it up. Wait.
I was gonna say it has the statue bit feels very Dark Knight
Batman?
Rises inspired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's all fun and games until someone writes false god on the statue.
That's how it starts.
I wanted
the rage, the feeling of powerlessness that turns good lizards cruel. And thus begins Gamera versus Godzilla. And Zack Snyder's
Garasharp.
What? No.
Godzilla versus Jesus. If it's
But-
Zack Snyder, it's the
But
only
yeah,
option.
in all seriousness, thoughts?
This is an amazing trilogy.
Yeah, it's a very good trilogy, yeah.
I'm
like
only
jokes
going to say
about the
that-
kaiju human form and BVS aside, I am very, very happy with what I've done with this.
I'll
I'm
take
very-
20 copies, please.
Garishar body pillows win.
They're gonna
He's
have
dead,
them.
Zim.
Gotta be
He's
blunt.
dead.
But
And that's
That just makes it easier, boy.
You're not gonna stop me. The snakes are already cold.
But
you
yeah,
know?
like for the ending, I wanted like one of the most profound things about Gamera. Like Gamera Super Monster obviously has its reputation, but I think one of the most profound things about it is the fact that Gamera ends the Showa era by sacrificing his life to save humanity, especially the children that he bonded with, even if not in that universe. And so I wanted to have that same emotional energy, but attached to, I mean, would this be patting myself on the back, a better film? And I think my biggest inspiration for the entire trilogy was The Brave, and just why and what that film specifically made work. So
I will say,
Vic is
your Gamera's sacrifice to me mirrors like Goku's sacrifice against Perfect Cell.
Yeah.
At least that's just me.
Yeah, I could see why you think that.
Yeah. But
Go on.
mostly
I leave the
because,
rest to you.
Also, the fact that you actually made Iris feel like more of a threat than it's been in its own movie. So, Cell also was like this thing that, like once it started, you just couldn't really stop it. Well, actually, you could, but Vegeta was a retard. Anyway, it's yeah. It also reminds me of that a little bit.
That's not.
I love this. In the end, that hard shell of his couldn't cage his soft heart, John Gamera.
Oh my god, is that a freaking Charlie redraw? Oh my god.
Yeah. Let me blow it back up. It's Charlie in the global war on terror.
Oh my god.
Hey, Pim, you want to help make Gamera smile after Garisharb's death? Oh, jeez, I would be glad to make Gamera smile.
They put on a Garishard suit and it doesn't work.
No, it's just what's it called? It's Mr. Boss with the ghost of Garishard. It's his new wife.
Oh no!
Look her Gamera to a cock. Why would you do that?
Anyway,
because he hasn't suffered enough.
Zim, you are a sick man.
All of us are sick men, okay?
Yes.
Even
I'm
Vic.
not. I'm the most pure person here.
You're
Shut
autistic
the
too.
hell up.
Your profile is a red man, and there's something dark lurking within you. We already know.
Communist.
I ain't no filthy commie. I'm too American to be a commie.
Why so much red then? Too much red.
It just happens to be
It's
my
the
favorite
blood of the
color.
monsters
Lao,
he's killed.
Mr.
Ha
Judging
ha.
Us.
Coincidence? I don't think so.
I love how Lau
When the
questions
two
all of-
commies start arguing with each other.
I love how Lau accuses Nico of being a commie when there's arguably more red on my profile picture and hell.
Oh yeah, why aren't
just
you accusing
gold.
Kuro of being a communist?
Because he's black, and that would make no
whoa.
As such, begins the commie purity spiral.
Oh,
Wait.
let's get back
Lau,
to the subject at
okay,
hand.
Wait,
I'd actually.
hold on. Minecraft, 1 second. Lau, do you seriously think I'm actually black?
No. I mean the Godzilla you have in the profile picture.
Okay, because I thought I was about to laugh because I am the pastiest boy in this entire call. I guarantee it.
I mean, what's it called? Thinking about it this way, we have two confirmed Italians, one white that we're not really sure what he is, a taco from the other side of the pond, a taco that lives in California, and then a black.
Yeah, and you know what? Actually,
I'm
it's funny you say
Hispanic
it because
from Texas.
the other day
That's
I
all
was.
you need to know.
Oh, you're Hispanic. Okay, well, your name's Nico.
Yeah, Nico. Yeah,
Hey,
I was thinking the same when I saw him the
Nicholas
first
is a
time.
Hispanic name, at least.
Yeah,
for
but
Latin America.
Yeah, Nicolas.
Nicholas, not Nico.
Nicolas.
But I think
Yeah.
Nico, I think Italian.
Yeah.
Well, I am not Italian. I am not the Super Mario.
Nico is
You know-
also an
Excuse me of being
abbreviation of
Italian.
that, so
Also, what's it called? You know, I just realized, like, the vast majority of the guests who come on here who have stayed are all Hispanic. in some form or another.
I mean, you mentioned that in the Zim 99.
I know.
Actually,
but
you said it a couple
but
of
now,
times now.
Yeah, but now we've got Nico, so it's another one.
Oh yeah, we're
I'm just collecting them.
Wait. Is 05 white?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Who the hell cares?
Honestly, I believe it. I know
The thing
Hoishi's
is,
really
now
shit,
that you
but-
have all of us here, you can make us work for really cheap.
Oh my god, Zim has some DEI hires. I think we should cancel him now.
Anyways, yeah, back to the thing at hand. I'd actually like to talk about my philosophy with Iris.
Okay.
While I'm not the largest fan of the design itself, I definitely need to rework that. The idea with Iris is because Iris naturally is the final boss of the Heisei era, and I've always associated him with final boss material. So I decided to intestine. I'm sorry, that is perfect.
Are we all just now sweatshop employees for Lizard King Productions?
No. Sweatshop is
Oh
only
my
for
God.
Asian people. We go on like the fields.
Are we in the fields or are we mules? I think we're just mules.
Or the Home Depot parking lot.
Yeah.
No, we're all
Why-
working at McDonald's like Deku.
Wow. Why are you putting a black person in the fields?
Wow.
Look, I'm not racist. I'm not racist.
The Puerto Rican is
because-
no.
Look, I can't
He's
be
just
racist
unlocking his
because I'm not
ancestry.
American.
Zim.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
What has
What's even
happened?
funnier is that I'm Jamaican, so it's even worse.
Even better. Anyways, but yeah, with Iris, like, my thought process was I didn't want to go the same route as the original Origin for obvious reasons, because like that's very hyper specific. But I decided, you know what? If I am going to make Iris the final boss, I may as well make him incredibly powerful. And my biggest inspiration was Titanus Ghidorah. The more so for the visual angle. But the idea of just making Iris this doomsday weapon, the very creature that wiped out Atlantis in the first place as our final boss, felt very fitting to me. And so it just kind of, and so I just decided, hey, let's make this story about loss. Because the initial idea that I had that kind of sparked this trilogy was the idea of Gamera sacrificing himself. This idea of this hero fighting for humanity and the monster that fought for us ultimately finishing the fight, but losing his life in the process.
Gamera, what are you doing next to Iris? Sir, finishing the fight.
Somebody's
It's time to
gonna die.
finish the fight.
Yeah, but yeah, and also the idea of giving Gamera an ally actually came from Omniviewer. He proposed that concept, and I figured, oh, wait, oh shit, Garasharp's a thing, and I looked into her a little bit further, and I honestly I've never really seen Garasharp as like an antagonist or an oppositional force. To me, she's always felt more fitting as an ally, especially considering the original story that she's in. So, for one, female kaiju, snake kaiju, Gamera gets an ally. Let's work with this. And, yeah. And then finally, for Mecha Gamera, that was a concept that I'm just surprised nobody actually did, because it was right there. Even as early as the Showa era, it was right there. King Kong had one twice. Mecha Godzilla was almost going to happen. Was around the corner by the time Gamera vs. Zigra happened. You had one job. And
well, I'm sorry for having Garasharp be killed off in my story, Zin.
It's fine. It's fine. I have my own distinct take.
Think
Yeah, well, I'm
about it.
cheering off,
In
too.
your story, it wasn't like a hot chick, so it's okay.
Wow. So are you saying like if it wasn't a girl?
Listen, no.
I said if it wasn't
Wow,
hot, it wouldn't matter
You
if they
forget
died.
the fact that people genuinely want to fuck Mothra.
Who? Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, to be
Somebody-
fair, wait.
somebody-
Like, think about it, okay? Like King of the Monsters specifically, that waste.
Jail.
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 I'm gonna call the police of. Was it Portugal?
Where did I put the horse?
Just remember, I think the reason why Lau has stayed on these streams is because he knows I'm Jamaican and his ancestry is like his ancestral instincts are kicking back in. He's like, I think he was one of mine back in the day. And it's been a long gone.
No, we didn't have slaves in my country.
Yeah, not in your country. That's everyone else in your country.
Wait, that's an inspector's comment.
Even though I think that it was even Portugal that was in Jamaica. It was Spain, but
Intestine inspector's comment.
Which one?
Oh, which one?
The Mothra sims are weird. Oh, bruh, I'm dead.
No!
Mothra's. I mean,
Okay.
Biollante,
For Biollante,
no.
is it necrophilia though? Would it
No,
technically be
it's not.
necrophilia?
No, because like the soul thing, like it doesn't really work like that. That's it. Like, I mean, and if the
but,
soul
like,
is
the soul
alive,
representative of a dead body.
okay, hear me out.
Hear me out.
No.
Da-da-da.
That's not gonna nuke the street by playing in the end.
Minecraft.
No.
Minecraft. It's less like that, and I feel like it's about as questionable that it's a lot like Zombina from Monster Musume.
Oh my god.
I mean, she's already okay, but
The
but
fact
it's
that I
horror,
know
it's
what you're
fucked
talking
up.
about, but I don't know that character says everything
I
need to
know. I know the character.
Degenerates like you belong on a cross.
Maybe look.
Well, the truth
Okay,
had to come
Kuru,
out at some
can we
point,
talk
I guess,
about this,
boys.
please?
We're at it out.
I've genuinely been itching to bring it up.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Nico, Kuru, and I, alongside Kaz, created a server, voice chat, in order to watch Monster Musume together. It started off as like a genuine joke thing of watching it for the plot, and then it became genuine because this show has no right to be as good as it actually is.
Yeah, like on God, it actually is really funny.
I'm not being degenerate when I say this show is one of the funniest things I've ever seen come from either side of the Pacific, with really good character writing and surprisingly well thought out world building.
I don't know. I think they're trying to drag me into the Gooner hole chat.
Yeah, totally.
I'm not.
This is a trap.
I'm not.
No, we're not.
It's a
We're
trap.
not.
I'm dead. Cross
We're
my
not-
heart and
we're
hope to
dead
die multiple
serious.
times over.
Kuro,
I'm
come
not.
on, back us up, Kuro. Kuro.
I plead the fifth.
There you go,
No, you
boy.
fucking don't. Also, this
He
show
pleads
gives
the
me
fifth
true
for a
existential
reason.
crises
He
and
pleads
mental
the fifth for a
breakdowns.
reason.
I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about?
Episode
talking about
10 made
Symphonia.
you tweak.
No, it never happened.
It
Monday
happened. I have the
Last
4K.
Monday
I can
happened.
screenshot it right now.
No, Nico, I swear to God.
It's 12 episodes and it's genuinely hilarious.
13 episodes. Wait, no,
but-
it is 12. Sorry, I'm
It's
just
12.
stupid.
Counting the OVA that we can't find yet.
Yeah, but yeah, no, like, mental breakdowns galore. I realize the spider is my type for some reason. Like 2AT my type.
Anyways,
And back to the turtle.
Back to the turtle. Back to the turtle.
Back to something a bit more.
I feel
relatively
like
speaking,
Zim
wholesome.
has
Yeah.
just been sneering at us this whole time while shaking his head.
Off to hang myself, horse and left.
honestly, I was gonna talk about that. Like maybe, hey, look, maybe I want to fuck a moth, and maybe I want to fuck a god girl, and maybe I want to do a snake, and maybe I want to do a plant and all of the vines. But horses, you're a fucking creep.
Aren't those all in Monster Musume? Like everything you described is in Monster Musume.
Maybe Monster Musume is not so bad. See, maybe. Dude, everyone like watching this, they will actually think I'm like some type of gooner.
But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Oh boy, JonTron.
Where the fuck have all these clips been?
Zim, did you like clean out your stash or whatever to get other clips?
No, I've just been organizing it on the days I've had off.
What has this stream gone to?
Intestine Inspector's newest comment.
Remember when we were talking about the funny turtle?
Yeah, let's get back to the turtle. Anyways, final thoughts on the turtle.
Okay, but genuinely Tempest Galahad from Dawn of the Monsters, guys.
Oh, good. Why, that's very good. Yes, I like that.
I still need to play that.
Okay.
That's a clanker.
Actually, no, he's not a clanker. He's like a maybe 3/5 of a clanker, maybe like a 1/4 of a clanker, but no.
No, I've
A
played.
clanker's still a clanker regardless.
I've played Dawn of the Monsters.
It's a mestizo.
Tempest is a mecha. The other like humanoid is actually more of an Ultraman type character, and then you have the two kaiju. I've played Dawn of the Monsters.
Yeah, but like sometimes you just need a clanker.
These mental gymnastics coming from a member of the CCC is crazy.
Gnome fuck!
Zim can demean me with soundboards all he wants. He knows the truth. You're a faker. You're a faker.
No. No.
Anyways,
pick a side, fence sitter.
We fell off.
I thought you were about to say something totally different. I heard something, and I was like, wait, what? Huh?
We fell very far.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, any final thoughts, like just overall? Hello.
Anyone
I
else
like
thinking
that
Keiko's never gonna make a new
focus
Gamera?
on the emotional stuff. Like I know it's like I think this is one of the best streams in that regard. Like a lot of people did like very concise things, but also like there was a huge focus on emotional, stories that will like fit with what Gamera is trying to do, and I guess it's the nature of Gamera. Like being
the idea
sincere, even to the point where people hate you sometimes because people hated, for example, the Brave.
And those people are wrong.
Yeah,
I like the Brave.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Like a lot of people didn't like it because it wasn't what they were expecting after Heisei. They wanted something different, and it was a bit too for kids and whatever that means because it wasn't really. It's mature.
It was more or less trying to go back to its roots.
Exactly. Yeah, and the fact that you have like kids in the story doesn't make it like for kids. It can be mature. Like Bridge to Travitia was like very mature and traumatic for a lot of people too. So yeah, like I think it's nice that no one like. I mean, it's not to be ashamed of if you did so, right? But like most people took that part of Gamera seriously instead of just doing like a fight-a-thon, basically just like a bunch of stories where it's like action and death and like, oh, this is cool. Like everyone tried to do.
Even Geo5 to an extent, I could say there is a very hefty emotional side to his story.
Yeah, no, there is. To everything that we had here basically, and the ones that didn't have that necessarily were like the stories that were like the least developed because the person didn't have time or whatever.
And even then there was still something.
Yeah, and even then it was still like
the worst one. Sorry.
Yeah, but if he's the worst one, then that's actually like
That's
good.
impressive.
Yeah, because he also did well. Like the fact that he couldn't tell his story the best possible way, like that doesn't change that even
That
he had
doesn't.
like a lot of good
Yeah.
things about it.
Yeah. I think that's a testament, I would say, to Gamera as a character and why he's prevailed, at least in some way, as long as he has, even if he's not as pop culturally relevant as Godzilla or hell, even Ultraman. The fact of the matter, the fact that this giant fire breathing flying turtle from ancient Atlantis has so much emotional depth, can tell the stories as powerful as he does. Hell, even the Showa era, I would argue, is way better crafted than people actually give it credit for. Especially the first three films. Like, there are sequences in there that are genuinely emotionally powerful. I mentioned Gamera Super Monsters' ending. Even, like, that film is a mess and a half. That's putting it mildly, but that ending personally struck a chord with me. And same with other sequences like Gamera racing the children in Versus Virus, and the kids later paying back in Versus Jiger as they help him in return, or even as early as the first film, Gamera saving Toshio from the lighthouse. The idea of this monster, this destructive force, being something that maybe isn't as bad as we think. Personally speaking, it's always resonated with me, and it's been a bit of a comfort in a lot of ways. But I know that's the appeal to a lot of other people, added on to by the fact that Gamera is notorious for having some of the craziest and most out there battle sequences and finishers. Like, need I say anything about the Heisei trilogy's kills? Those are just.
And you're also forgetting that Showa Gamera did gymnastics in
Showa Gamera did gymnastics. He had emotional moments. He danced. The two danced twice. Played his own theme song and everything. It was.
And even Rebirth had
Rebirth.
like the song at the end, and you know what? Like I fucking cried, and I only heard that stupid ass Gamera song a couple of times in my life.
I didn't even realize that they made an acoustic version of the theme at the end, and then when I watched Rebirth a second time, I listened to it and I got emotional. I'm gonna be blunt.
Yeah, no, me too. Like I don't know what's up with music.
And it wasn't even just that. It was Gamera sacrificing himself to save the moon, to stop the moon. Gamera's first appearance made me jump out of my seat and scream in excitement. Just, I think I'm getting emotional and introspective here, but there's a good reason why I personally have Gamera as one of my favorite fictional characters, and one that I look up to in a way very similarly to Godzilla. I'll say it here. Godzilla is my favorite fictional character, but there are times where I appreciate Gamera more just because of what he's done both to me and so many other people.
Gamera the GOAT.
Gamera the GOAT. And I think that's a perfect note to end it off on. Is there any shilling that we want to do? We can start at Minecraft, make our way across, and end with me up top.
Yeah. You can find me on YouTube at Minecraft World 1954. That's my @ or just Minecraft World. I have my Gamera 60th anniversary project premiering on the 27th, which I am very, very happy with. I put as much effort and passion into it as I could, and showed as much love as I could to Gamera in there. And I also have a live stream scheduled for my birthday, the 7th of December, which is 2 weeks from yesterday, where I'm just going to be chilling and celebrating my birthday on stream and having fun.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. And then you can also find me on Instagram and Kara. I have artworks there. I need to update my Kara page, but I am very frequently active on Instagram. So, yeah. And you can also find me on Blue Sky. I have been less active. I'm very on and off with that thing, but it's been, yeah. And as for recommendations, go watch the Gamera movies. Help support Gamera as much as you can, and
support what little crumbs we get.
yeah. And well, and sayonara, Gamera.
Well, before anyone else goes, did you show my camera design early in the stream by chance?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, we showed it actually. Oof, you haven't seen that part, right?
You know, we commented on how it looked like Franklin. Like we had an entire diatribe
I'm
about how it
so
looked like
happy
Franklin in
it
a good
wasn't just me who thought that when I saw it.
way.
I've been literally beating you to the punch for everything, Kuru.
I hate you. You're taking my kids. Man.
Friendship with Kuru ended. Nico is now best friend.
Man. Another
And
white guy
Sim?
being replaced with a DEI hire.
Anyways, for my shilling, like last time, I have a DeviantArt, I have an Instagram, and I have a Twitter. It's not easy. It's very easy for me to find. Like my username is literally the same across all boards, and yeah, I try to post more art as I could, but I've been busy with stuff. But give me a follow.
Davek.
Toby. Well, yeah, you can find me on Kaijunot here on YouTube. I did wrap up my time working for the Godzilla pop-up shop today, so I'm probably going to be doing a Q&A type live stream soon, going over my experience again like I did last year. And then that's about it for some of the upcoming things I'll be having on my channel. And you can find me on Instagram as Crispy Vic or on Twitter as Vic Monstrous.
The coup that Rue.
And by the way, Sim, oh, sorry. I just wanted to tell you that during the stream, I was doing a little something, because people were talking about like Ghidorah and Iris and all of this. I sent it to stream submissions. I made a mixture between Iris and Ghidorah.
Let me open up that actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, let me show that off. And you can do some shelling too while I showcase this.
Well, Kuro needs to shell.
Okay. So, the name is Cascade on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram. Yeah, I draw stuff. This is like a sketch. I normally do something that's more, developed than this. But yeah, you can follow me, subscribe. I made one video on YouTube, which will be about a Rodan version I made. So if you find that, that's the channel. And on Twitter, I'm mostly like drawing or shitting on Hassan.
Good.
Yeah. That's it.
Kurudiro, anything to say, my good man?
I don't really have anything to shill. I guess I'm pretty funny on Twitter whenever I post. I'm hoping I have some ideas for YouTube videos in the works. I could definitely showcase more of World of Hyperfauna, like I had like that. Tune in for what is probably going to be sometime in the coming weeks, where I'm going to be on the Shin Godzilla debate, which we still need to work on. I guess other than that, keep an eye out for if and whenever I start actually uploading videos. Drink some water, hug your mother, and go watch Uma Musume Cinderella Grey.
I was waiting for
I'm
that.
dead. Well, you can find me at Zimzilla99 almost anywhere. You just add an OG in front of it for X, add a YT behind it if you see me on PlayStation. Outside of that, I'm pretty much just classic Zimzilla everywhere else. I also like the Patreon. All that support, not just the views here on YouTube, help a whole lot in terms of allowing me more time to do streams as well as work on videos. As we transition into December, it is not just December, it is Dino-cember. So there will be a dinosaur pitch stream towards the end of December, either right after Christmas or right around Christmas. We'll kind of see where that's going. I have a dinosaur-themed video that is Arctic themed that I will also be posting around in December as well. And I have a book review, a video game review, and a few other things that I will be showcasing and try to get out before New Year's ends. And once again, I thank everyone so much, especially for all of the new subscribers. I have shot up tremendously in subs, and I didn't think I'd get anywhere close to where I am right now, especially this quickly. But I may be passing one of the content fodders here on the Zimcast, Max Allo, and a couple of subs. So if you are watching and you haven't, please subscribe. I would very much appreciate that as I continue to climb the YouTube ladder and hopefully not descend into the creation of slop. But as always, thank you guys for watching. Have a great rest of your night and stay tuned because Thanksgiving we'll have a stream. But remember, as always,
Semper Fi, motherfucker.